afternoon. Let's get into it here. Last night's stream, this Amiga here, I'm having trouble with getting the MMU working properly. I'm pretty sure it's a software thing, but I just want to start from a clean slate. So I've got this compact flash card here that's got a clean Amiga 2000 install. Sorry, Amiga 1200 installation. So if I just whack that in, it's got Workbench 3.1, basically fairly clean. As far as the operating system, it's completely clean. So I'll just remove this because I just wasn't 100% sure whether, there's something up with the configuration on this install here. So I'd like to start from scratch to sort of kind of get my head around it as well. Just go through the process. So there's quite a bit of stuff I could have done actually on the emulator, but I got to the point where I could put the card in here and boot the real hardware and do the configuration on the actual hardware. It's a bit more enjoyable than doing it through an emulator. So I should be able to, if I just click that down, down there. Hopefully I've got everything set up correctly. Looks like it's booting. Okay. And yeah, we've got potato capture again. Just the way it is. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Capturing a CRT is never a good thing. Anyway, okay. So this is an absolute clean install, apart from on the work folder. I think I've got a transfer folder in here. I've got a whole lot of bits and pieces in here. If we show all files there, we've got a lot of stuff in there. So I'll start by going through the process of what I do when I'm setting up a computer, the likes of installing LHA. I'll put directory Opus on. I like to use directory Opus. We'll put that's the card I'm running. It's the 030 Accelerator card, the Blizzard 1230, and we've got this. So there's the MMU lib up here, and that's the one that screwed over the installation last time. I managed to get I recovered the installation by just reaming out some lines in the configs basically, and got the machine to boot again. But for some reason the MMU doesn't seem to be running as such. I can't seem to get it to work. So we'll do that. I'm pretty sure there's WHD load on here. Yeah, WHD load. So I'll install that, get some games on here. I've got some games actually sitting in here. Okay, so that's pretty much what I do to get a machine up and running so that I can use it for gaming, messing around, We'll do some benchmarking and things like that. So let's start. Actually, I'm almost tempted to put directory Opus on first. just because I can. Actually, I should. I'm just going to reboot. I'm just going to hook up my external floppy drive. Could be quite handy. Just boot it back up there. Find Dopus. There we go. Dopus 2 discs. I've got the 5.11 upgrade as well. Okay. That case is not quite on properly. I think I've got a cable trapped in the back there. There we go. And yeah, I was quite pleased last night. Actually, I got an 030 accelerator for the Amiga 600 up and working. It was apparently listed as, you know, it was noted as being faulty. But I traced the problem down to a faulty FPU chip. And so with that chip removed, is it gonna clip in? Yep, there we go. Yeah, with that chip removed, it actually works. So, and I confirmed last night, I think I did it off camera actually, so what I did is I installed I'm just getting off subject here a little bit. Actually, I'll get this install going, and I can talk about this while it's installing. Get Dopus running. G'day Neo, how are you? It's a pretty murky Sunday afternoon. I thought I might as well stream this, you know, some people might think it's a bit dry, but anyway, we might get to some games later in the day. I don't know, we'll see how we go. Yeah, I'll stick with work there. Don't want it to go into transfer though. So parent show drives work. Yeah, that's just showing that there's a folder in there, or a drawer actually in Amiga terms. Yeah, I thought I'm sitting here doing this stuff anyway. I thought, why not stream it? This is what I like to do. I like to mess around with bloody operating systems, configuring machines, getting them up and running, getting them to the point where I can use them, you know, easily, play some games. Yeah. Yes, drawers are analogous to directories. Not partitions, no. I'm going to go through and show you actually the operating system installation process, but not just that. Also the partitioning of the compact flash or, you know, physical drive as well. G'day Yento, how are you going? Nice to see you. And yeah, just general farting about really. But I'm putting my favourite utility on. This is pretty much my go-to. I love this is Directory Opus, and I'll be upgrading it to 5.11. I like to start it manually. This is basically telling me, see, this is one of the startup files, one of the config files that I was talking about, that that bloomin' MMU libs screwed over my machine, or screwed over the install. It's adding lines into the user startup. There's also one called start sequence or startup sequence. So startup sequence is executed first, and right at the end of the startup sequence is a line to say if exist user startup, run user startup. User startup is quite a good place to put all of the any changes that are made, because if you screw the system over, you can just start with a new user startup. But I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't take much notice when I was installing the MMU lib where it was putting stuff. Anyway, so I rammed it out, and it didn't. It still didn't work after trying to get it to run. So okay, that's all good. I have a serial number for this one. I just need to find it here. I won't show my key in there. Just to see which ones. I'm just going to see. Sorry about that. Won't be a second. I'll just going to put this key in here. Not that it really matters, right? It's just that, you know, I don't want to be sort of, in quotes, you know, condoning, well, not condoning piracy, but allowing it to, I don't know, it might be judged as abandonware, mightn't it? Oh God, I can... Oh, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like my... Oh. Sorry about this. Why is it not working? Got that's right. Okey-dokey. It's going to ask me again for that soon when I do the upgrade. Directory opus. what this does out of the box pretty much is it, among other things, is it's really handy for archiving, de-archiving files like LHA files. I mean, the command line for LHA is pretty straightforward, but this is just a convenient way of making sure that the LHAs are actually unpacked into the correct folder, the correct drawer, that is. Let me just catch up on your chat there. Yeah. So I was editing the startup sequence. Okay, do you want to update the help file? Yeah, why not? Just popping out the chat so I can read it on another screen here. Okay, supports scripts as well. It's quite handy. I hardly ever use. I really only use it for its basics. These are just AREX. Okay, this is the LHA. Allows you to easily handle LHA and LZH files via this here. Okay, once you're finished, open this folder here, double click on install LHA. Proceed. And so if I actually go to where it's installed, which is Opus 5, this here needs installing as well. I don't have installer. Okay, so this is one thing, right? I have to install the installer. So let's do that. I'm pretty sure that is in this transfer here. Actually, it's easier to use directory Opus for this. This is analogous to putting an icon on the desktop in Windows, right? So we're in the Opus drawer here, Opus 5. You select the Opus, directory Opus, you right click, you go Window, where is it? Icons, leave out, right? And it actually moves it out of here and puts it onto the desktop in quotes, workbench, puts it onto the workbench. And if you want to put it away again, you know, this is quite handy because you can have a bunch of commonly used icons there, right? If you want to put it away, you just go put away and it puts it back. Kind of cute, hey? Just for those of you who are not that familiar with Workbench, so leave that out. It's probably going to annoy me again for that key. Or I need to reboot. Oh, is it booting off the disk? No, it's booting off the hard drive. I thought it was booting off the floppy there for a second. Okay, it's all good. I daren't move my camera because it's all set to manual focus. So I definitely don't want to be moving that. So these are called listers in Directory Opus, and a lister is basically just it's exactly that. It's listing the contents of a drawer. Actually, the colours are probably not that great, are they, for viewing on a CRT? I'll just click out of here. We'll see we play with the palette in the meantime. So preferences here. Actually, screen mode. Screen mode's probably pretty good. I can go to, so that's visible size of 640 by 256 in 4 colours. I can bump that up. But if we have a look at super high res, 1280 max, this is visible size 1280 by 256. If we use that, it's not going to look pretty. See, it's a little bit hard to read on a CRT. So we'll put that back to high res mode there. Let's use that. We'll bump the colours up to 256. Let's see if we can. Do we have any preset palettes here? Presets. Faro. Let's have a look at Faro. That might be slightly more camera capture friendly, is it? Yeah, is that trick you mean? Is that into that's the leaving out the leaving the icon out? Let's see if this is any easier to read. Oh, bloody Directory Opus decides to just display it and what it wants. I'm not sure I can change it in there actually. Can you actually read it? Let's see. Yeah, you can just read it. It's like that light blue text. Not overly easy, but anyway. You'll get the gist of it. So we've got drives here. So we've got 3 partitions on this hard drive here. That's my system drive there. So the drawers are listed in blue and the files are listed in black. I'm wondering if I can change the colour, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to go too far into it at the moment. Anyway, so for instance, if I want to grab the installer from my transfer folder here, installer, that one here. What I can do with Directory Opus is if I open another lister, new, right, and we make this, we'll just make this the destination. No, we can't, hang on. Where do I want to put it? I might even just extract it to the RAM disk actually. I've got plenty of RAM there. And then that's now the destination here. So it's a little bit like, almost can be like File Commander. Was it called, or Norton Commander or something like that, you know, in the old DOS days. You can kind of set it up like this here. And so if I want to extract this installer, I can just right click, go LHA extract. In fact, I think I have to install LHA as well. So that's pretty straightforward. Let's do that. So we can actually check to see if LHA is actually installed here. If I just type LHA, yeah, doesn't know about it. So I can just if I just type LHA run, that's extracting these files here, and there's different LHAs for different processors. So I notice there's not one listed for the 030, so I'm assuming I use the 020 one. So we can just do like rename LHA underscore 68 020 to just LHA. Syntax issue. Let me consult the manual here. I've got some notes on this one. Or do I? Where the hell have I put them? Why can't I rename that? Oh, bloody typo. Right, so, and then I can just copy LHA to, I think it's S, and then reboot. Not 100% sure if the reboot's necessary. While it's doing that, geez, that's quick. At some stage I'll get to explaining the FPU situation. Now let's just see if LHA is actually running. Did I put it in the right? Oh no, it goes into C, I think. So LHA is probably not working. Oh yes, it is. Yeah, it's working. I did put it in the right place, looks like. Now let's see if directory opus is happy. Oh, what you can do though is you can run the LHA command. It's kind of like zip, you know, like DOS zip. So if I go to to extract this installer here. So that's LHA X installer and then I think you put in the destination, which I'll just, it might not like this because I possibly have to create the directory. I'll extract it to RAM. So now if we go to the RAM disk here, yeah, there's the installer there. So this is installing the installer. And I think it's a matter of putting that into S or C, is it? Let's consult the manual. Yeah, that one goes to C as well. So we can do it the old Windows E method and just actually browse to the C. Like that. And then literally just doop like that. And then I would say that the installer now should work. Okay. Okey-dokey. Now, before I go messing around with the MMU lib and screwing the system again, I actually would like to take a backup of this disk as it is, with its fairly clean install on it. But first of all, before we do that, we'll have a wee look at sysinfo. It's funny, every time I go sorting through this bloody stack of disks, you know, that's half of it, the disk is always right at the bottom, pretty much. It's maybe Murphy's Law, isn't it? Salvage there. Is this the latest one? Yeah, this is the latest version of sysinfo. So we can select our files that I'll just close that, get that out of the way. We can select our files that we want to transfer. That's actually a drawer, that sysinfo there. Is it? Oh shit, I just ran that. It sort of looks a little bit different. If I open this here, it's my floppy disk there. Oh, it is just a file, right? Yeah, okay. So it's not in a drawer. So if I want to get the actual sysinfo program plus its icon, I can just select those two there, open up a new lister, make that the, where do we want to put it? Let's put it into System Tools. And that is the destination, and this is the source. Right, and then I just choose copy here. Yeah, it is. But why is it always at the bottom of the bloody pile? It's the last place I look. Maybe I should search from the bottom up. Rightio. Sysinfo is now in the Tools folder. Just do that. That's right, exactly. But the point is that I searched every single location in the pile of discs, and it was in the last location available. Put it that way. I know what you're saying though, but yeah. Okay, so this shows us we've got a 68030 with the floating point MMU not in use. Okay, that's what I want to fix, and I want to fix it without screwing the bloody operating system. And I've got a funny feeling I know what did it. Before I go doing that though, I want to back this compact flash card up. And while I do that, I can tell you about the FPU in that other card. I'll show you. I might as well show you how to back up a compact flash. Okay, so I'm just plugging it on my PC, plugging it into a compact flash card reader. If we crank up WinUAE here, I'll switch over in a second. Okay, so what you can do is you go to your hard drives, you can add a hard drive. This is a physical drive. Oh, jeepers. Oh, nice. Thanks for the raid, guys. How you going? Elvin Hawk and Texas Foosballer. Thank you very much for the raid. At the moment, I'm dealing with an Amiga 1200. Basically, just showing people, you know, what's involved in installing an operating system, dealing with compact flash cards. I've got an 030 Accelerator in this machine where I'm trying to get the MMU libs installed properly. Last night I did it and it screwed the operating system over. And I'm starting clean, right? And yeah, so I'm just going through the process. It's a rainy Sunday afternoon here, and I thought that what a good way to spend a rainy Sunday afternoon is farting around with Amigas and operating systems and benchmarking and all sorts of different things. Yeah. Oh, thanks very much. Really appreciate that. Pints and Amiga, thank you. G'day, Amiga Cami. How are you? Nice to see yous. I can't see yous, but you can't see me either. Normally I have the webcam, which I've got right here, pointing at my Amiga. You'd rather see the Amiga than see me, I'm sure. But anyway, just in the process of showing people, you know, what's involved in backing up a hard drive for a start. So in WinUAE here, you can just go Add Drive, and you pull down the hard drive list there. This is a 4 gig compact flash, and we've got so you can tell you got the RDB there, and click that, and we go Create Hard Disk Image File. Now you can't see, but basically it's just brought up a folder and give it a file name. So basically I'll do that. I'm just going to give it a name. What do I put on it? Dopus, eh? And so I'm backing up this drive now because I'm about to attempt to install MMU libs again, and if it screws the operating system, I can just quickly restore the card. But I wanted to talk to you about the fun I had last night with this Amiga 600 accelerator that I've got. So this one here if you have a look at the label there, this is as I got it, right? A600 030 card with a big cross on it. And I thought, yeah, that's not looking too promising, is it? So last night during stream, I installed it into an Amiga 600. Some of the people here would have seen that. And she was dead. Dead as a doornail. Wouldn't boot. Black screen. You could see there was video signal, but there was nothing happening. So I thought I'd show you this while I'm backing that drive up. It's a bit of a giveaway as to what the culprit is here. The spoiler alert. But this is a lovely little Apollo 030 accelerator for the Amiga 600. And I was pretty keen to get this thing up and running. And, you know, I was having a wee look around it. And I plugged it in, as I say. So this is the type that, you know, piggybacks onto your processor. PLCC socket there. Just plugs down onto your processor, takes over. I think it's got 4 megs of RAM. I'm not 100% sure about that actually. From memory, I think it's 4 meg of RAM there. But you'll notice that the FPU is not in its socket. That's a dead giveaway. And you probably can't see it, but before I even removed this FPU, I noticed that the socket's cracked. Right on the corner here. I'm not sure my camera will focus there, but right there, there's a crack right through that bloody socket, right down there. And I thought, oh, well, you know, maybe it's just not clamping the FPU properly. This is a MC6882 FN33A, so that's more than likely a 33 megahertz part, right? This is a, what was it, guys? Geez, trying to remember. It was getting late last night. I think it's a, is it a 50 megahertz 030? Anyway, I thought, well, I'll remove this. And then I did have to, I think it failed to boot again, even after removing that, but I don't think I quite had this socket pushed down properly onto the CPU. And so after resetting that, lo and behold, the bloody thing worked. So pretty chuffed. And I mean, what good's an FPU, right? Apparently, maybe some games take advantage of it. I'm not 100% sure. I'm no expert, I can tell you that right now. But I do like to dabble. And my understanding is that FPU is not very useful. Maybe some demos take advantage of it. I'm not 100% sure. You guys out there, you Amiga fans, I'm sure you'll know. But yeah. So, and also what I did is, because the bloody CPU gets really hot, is I put this heatsink on there, and it's just loosely on there at the moment, right? I had a piece of paper under here to, you know, protect any potential shorts onto these chips here. It was a little bit manky, but it was just sitting there for testing really, and it worked. And this CPU cooler, that gets really hot. So that's, oh, and so I thought, oh, maybe it's just because this socket's broken, right? It's not making good contact with the FPU. So I put the FPU into this card here. This is the that one under there. That's the Blizzard 1230 accelerator for the A1200. I put the FPU in there, and it failed. It did exactly the same thing. Black screen. You can see this video output, but just black screen. So then I thought, well, sanity check. I will plug it into this here. This is an A1200 8 meg RAM FPU RTC board, and you know, it's got the socket right here for the FPU. Plugged it in there, and it's exactly the same thing again. So it looks to me like this actual FPU chip is the culprit, and yeah, that's not really a big deal. I think is that 8? That might be an 8 meg RAM chip there, I think. Yeah. Funny thing, that clock battery, that CR is a CR 2032, still 100%. Oh well, 2.8 volts, not 3. But you know, God knows how old this board would be. Yeah, I didn't replace that, and I've had these bits and pieces for nearly, what was it, 2016? Yeah, so 8 years. So that battery's been in there for longer than 8 years. Not bad. Okay. So my backup is done. So you don't even need to start the emulator. You just mount that compact flash in the emulator as such. You don't actually have to start up the computer as such in the emulator. You just back up that file and away you go. So there's a point in time I can come back to quite nicely. And if I screw this MMU libs install, I can come back to that easily. So that's the plan. Yeah, original hardware is pretty cool. I love messing around with original hardware. There, actually I should probably put that back in its anti-static bag there. Oh, that's something that you guys may know about as well. I'll probably show it later, but when you put this into your Amiga 600, there's no room for the hard drive any longer. Especially the original, because it sits right where the original hard drive is. And even with a compact flash to IDE adapter, that it won't fit either. So I'm not sure what the deal is there. Were they sort of expecting you to use this accelerator card without a hard drive? It seems a bit strange. I guess you could set up a floppy based system and use the accelerator for games and bits and pieces. But yeah, that seemed a bit weird to me. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to manage that as such, because I couldn't put the... I could put the lid back on the machine, but I kind of had a little bit of the compact flash card hanging outside. It was not pretty. It was safe, but not pretty. So we'll whack that back in there. I noticed there's these little cork feet. They've got like double-sided tape on one side, and I think that's used to sort of pad out the accelerator on top of the Amiga 600 motherboard. And there's a couple of little strips like that, and there were rubber bands in the bag as well. And I suspect that someone before I got it, you know, the previous owner, I suspect what they were doing is they were rubber banding, you know, these plastic shields on, because there's a plastic shield goes under here, which is probably still in the Amiga 600. And then you've got this one that sits on top here as well, and I suspect that they just bloody rubber banded the thing on, you know. I mean, it'll work. Yeah, there were about 3 rubber bands floating around in the bag. Yeah, not ideal, but works all right. Okay, let's crank this up. Yeah, excuse the capture as well. Potato capture. It's a 1084S monitor. I don't have anything at the moment that will capture the 15 kilohertz, and so yeah, I've just ordered an OSSC actually. So next time, well maybe not next time, but for AMIGAugust this year, I'm doing a potato vision here. So yeah, it's just the way it is. But anyway, let's install this MMU. Yeah, for those that have just joined us too, if I go to sysinfo here, you'll see that MMU not in use. That's what I want to fix, and I want to fix that on the Amiga 600, because I tell you what, I know that using sysinfo is not the best benchmarking tool, but in saying that, I got, so this one here gets, if we do speed here, that seems really slow. Why is that? I had 8442 out of this. Oh, am I? I'm wondering if I'm not running the right bloody version of sysinfo here. I might have the wrong one. Let me search through these discs again. Version 3.2, isn't there? Oh yeah, there's version 4, isn't there? What the hell am I doing? I don't have a compact, I don't have the GoTech hooked up either, by the way. I'm just sort of rolling like old school at the moment with floppy disks, and you know, just kind of like the way it used to be. I like doing it this way because it gives me joy, and sysinfo, no, that's not the right one. It just takes me back. That's why I do it. That's weird. Oh, is it in the Amiga 600 still? No? No, I didn't have a floppy in that one, did I? Oh, here it is, here. Bloody hell, it's in the floppy drive. Yeah. I was reading this Amiga workbench here. It's crossed out. Okay. Righto, let's deal to this here. What's that with DF0? Oh, it's not clipped in this case. Isn't clipped in quite. There we go. That's looking better. Oh, hang on a sec. No. 8. I was getting 8442. Why am I only getting 4353? 25 megahertz 030. Two meg chip RAM, 8 meg fast. Yeah, MMU is still not in use, but it never has been in use on this machine. Like when I was doing that benchmarking yesterday or the day before, where I was getting 8442, that is without the MMU and, you know, enabled as such. Yeah, I do. I have the Amiga 2000, but I've got two of them here that I could crank up, but it's just a little bit of hassle to get them up and running. I'm sort of just wondering why this is all of a sudden different. Yeah. I wonder if there was something else in that other installation. Tell you what. I'll just swap this compact flash again. This is the one that I killed and resurrected with the MMU install. And you might be wondering when get MMU to work on this card here. I tried, and what would work didn't work, so I'm not quite sure. I thought I'd just start clean so that I can figure out exactly what's required to get the MMU running there. So if we go tools here, sysinfo, let's see what we get. Four, 3, 5, 3. Oh, hang on. I'll wait on. Have I got... Oh, this is not the Blizzard. Hang on a second. It's another one of these 1200s over here. Hang on. Oh, let me just check this. Yeah, that explains it. This is the M-Tech. That's the Apollo T1230 A/28 RTC. That's the... So my other 1200 over here has got the Blizzard in it. So that would make sense, because if we have a look at my notes, A1200 with the Viper, no MMU, 4352. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just getting a little bit mixed up as to what bloody Amiga I'm using here. Okay, well, there's no reason why we can't just carry on and see if we can get this thing to the MMU to install here. Yeah, so on the Blizzard, back to what I was saying before. The Blizzard, I get 8442. The Viper, I get 4352, that's what's in here. The A600 with the 030 with no MMU gets 9100. So the A600 is faster than the A1200 with the Blizzard 1230 in it. That's judging by sysinfo. Kind of weird. Yep, 4353. Yep, that's good. So that's an 030, 25 megahertz. Yep. Cool. Eight mega RAM. Right. With a 8882 FPU. I'd almost be tempted to pull the FPU out of this and put it into that bloody Amiga 600 Accelerator. See if we can make that thing fly. What I would like is to find some software that actually takes advantage of the FPU and sort of drag race it against something else, you know, without the FPU. That'd be kind of cool. Benchmark it and all that. Righto, let's see here. So in here I've got an MMU installation. Oh, I've also got this MTech folder, right? And this is an MTech card. Let's see what version of sysinfo is on here. 3.01. Or 357. Yeah, that's about the same. Yeah, I noticed this version, it doesn't tell you what speed your CPU is. Just says 030. Oh, here we go. Oh no, what have we got over here? Yeah, no. Okay. I'm not quite sure what to do here. Set CPU. Just wanna, what's this? I went through this last night, didn't I? Now, MMU-lib, right? There is an installer. I did turn my mic up, so your comment last night was noted, Neo. I've turned my mic up a little bit. I could probably crank it up a bit more. I just don't want it sort of clipping out, that's all. That might be a little bit better. Yeah, we're not getting so much rain here. It sounds like you guys up north are getting quite a bit of it up there, eh? Right, let's do the install. Okay, so its default installation destination is the sys folder. Do you want to back up the following files? I took a photo of that last night, didn't I? I shall take another photo just in case. Let me see what we got. Just so that it makes it easier to restore it. Ah, yes, I did take a photo of it last night. Okay, let's do the copy. selected multi-view. Let's do that. Okay. This is what we were reading last night, right? For short, it's a shared system library to make a special hardware component, the memory management unit, available for the system. What do I have to install and how do I install? Depends on what you want and what you need. There's only one mandatory program that must be installed, and this is to copy the mmu.library from your libs drawer to your libs directory. That's all for basic installation. Additionally, you should get rid of the MMU hacks, or should at least run them before you run the MMU lib. And then it says, you could use the installation script. I'm tempted to try that easy version, the bare minimum, which is what I did last night, right? Which is copy the mmu.library from your libs drawer to your libs directory. Okay, so no, I don't have a... Or shall I just carry on? I'm just going to carry on with the installer. Wish me luck. Yeah, see, even sometimes they call them folders, don't they? Oh, directories. They call them directories in here. So this version of setpatch you're using is unknown to the installation script and cannot be updated. Sorry. Please try to download 43.6 edition or buy... Okay. That's another one that I probably took a photo of as well. That could be the cause of the issue. Is the incorrect setpatch version. Yep, so I took a photo of that one as well. I'm tempted to abort the installation and get the correct setpatch on here. .6. I think I may have that somewhere. Yes, I do. 43.6B. I'm going to import this. The next question is, where does setpatch live? There is a way of doing a search, kind of like dir, star dot, or setpatch dot star or something like that. Setpatch star dot star. There is a way of doing that. I just can't quite remember the syntax for it. So let's show all files. It's got to be in like ES or something, doesn't it? Pat. Yeah, no. The Linux command. No. Good try. Could be C. Setpatch. I'm going to rename this. Let's see. Been using DOS for too long. and then reboot possibly might be required there. And then I might try the minimum install method, copying the mmu.library. Geez, that boots quickly, eh? Time for directory opus. So it's in here, right? mmu.library. And where did it say to copy it to? C, was it? Oh no, libs, wasn't it? Sorry. Yeah. Libs. System. Libs. Copy that. It's going to overwrite. What's the date on that? Those similar dates. MMU library 46996. It's the same size. You know what? I'm tempted to rename this. And the other thing is, do I need the 030 library? That was the other thing we were talking about. Just copy that across. Let's just try it without the 030 library in there. I'm just curious now. Reboot. So that's what it says is the minimum to get this to work. And if you remember, was it last night I tried this and it didn't work? Not in use. MMU, not in use. There's a 68040 library there. Just copy that 030 library. Reboot again. Is there something I'm missing here? Still not in use. Alright, next thing to do is run the installer. Now that I've got set patch on there. Windows again, why not? Proceed. Okay, cool. No, I don't. No. Okay, EMU tools, EMU fast ROM, EMU scan, EMU guide, EMU. Let's just take these off to start with. So EMU tools is going to go into the system folder. Documentation. Yeah, this does take a little while. She certainly chugs away on this one. When I first did this, I thought it locked up. But patience is required. If this doesn't work, I think I need to do some reading. A little bit of research required, I think, of this. The weird thing is I don't recall having this issue with the Amiga 2000s. They just worked. The EMU just worked. I'm wondering if it's something to do with a different accelerator or something. Don't know. Yeah, I seem to remember enabling a remapper of some sort, and it seemed to me as though it was kind of like the PC equivalent of shadowing the BIOS. And I'm wondering if that's what stopped the machine from booting. Please edit now your startup sequence and the user startup for fine-tuning. Consult the EMU guide. Proceed. Installation complete. EMU lib can be found in your sys drawer. Okay. $2016. Two types of 030 CPUs are available and have been used in the Amiga. So you've got the true 030 and you've got the EC 030. The EC is a cheaper variant of the 030 without an MMU, but the MMU library will be smart enough to detect this chip and will fail. If you aren't sure, I don't have the EC version. This is an RC version from memory. On a true 030, there are little problems. Is that a translation issue? Does that mean there's not many problems? Or there are few problems? Except for those caused by some DMA controllers you usually won't run into. You should start the MMU library after these tools, or use the corresponding MU tools in the first place. Yeah, that's just a bad translation. I think that's this is German translation. If it comes with an FPU and you want make use of FPU control command, you might want to install the 030 library and the 680x0.library, which are required by the FPU command. Okay. Yeah, there's a bit of information in here, isn't there? Installation of the 030 library. You need a specific CPU driver which offers, this is only for the FPU, which offers the required control functions 680x0 library as well, so both should be installed. You might want to launch this library on startup, in which case set patch must be modified. Bloody hell. Okay. So can you literally just run this library? Set patch must be modified. First of all, if you're already running OS 3.9, modifying or patching your set patch program is unnecessary. Yeah, it does. I would like to get to the bottom of it, but I might not do that on stream because I think it'll bore the crap out of the audience. But you know what I'm tempted to do is I'm tempted to fire up, you know, just do the upgrade to 3.9. You know, upgrading to 3.9 might just deal to this whole bloody situation. But it looks to me as though, do you have to actually run that? If I go to the libs folder, do you have to actually run the library? This here? No? I mean, maybe, oh, there's, yeah, this one here, right? That's there, that's good. Still not going away, hey? Yeah, still not news. Yeah. Okay. So that leads me to the next thing, is if I want to install 3.9, and this was something I was going to look into today anyway, is I wouldn't mind working out how to get the Squirrel PCMCIA CD-ROM drive working. Actually, if it's takes a little bit of work, I could probably just switch to another Amiga 1200 that I've got the Blizzard in. It's got the SCSI port available to it. We can plug in a SCSI CD-ROM. But I've got the, what have I got here? I've got the Squirrel CD-ROM. Where did I put it? Ah, there we go. I haven't had much success in installing this from a clean system. But yeah, we'll give it a go. So you can see, yeah, I'll just switch views there. So what I'm doing here is I've got this Squirrel SCSI CD-ROM drive here, and that is what I want to get up and running. Let's make some room here. Scooch that along. And I think I've got the install files for it, so just turn the computer off. Power. Okay, it's powered on there. Super Frog. Oh, where's my bloody Super Frog disc? Oh, I've got AMINet in this one. That's alright, that'll do. We've got AMINet in there now. Do I have it? Ah, do I not have it in here? Ah. G'day, Retro Gaming Music. Good evening, good afternoon for us. Good Sunday afternoon. Rainy day Sunday. Now, I've stashed that bloody Squirrel SCSI driver somewhere. I thought I had it in my PC share folder to transfer across there, but I can't have done that. So just to let you know what's going on here, Retro Gaming Music, at the moment I'm attempting to get a Squirrel SCSI CD-ROM drive working on my Amiga A1200. I'm having some trouble getting the MMU enabled on this machine, and I'm not quite sure why, but just doing a little bit of reading, there's a mention there that potentially installing OS 3.9 sorts the problem out, and I've got OS 3.9 and I would like to install it, but I need a CD-ROM drive to do that. So I'm just looking for the driver there for that. Actually, I wonder if I can find it online. That might be another way of dealing with it. Let's have a quick look. Squirrel Scuzzy. iSoft Squirrel and Surf Squirrel Amiga database. That might be worth a look at. Squirrel Scuzzy. Scuzzy install disk. That sounds promising. It's a DMS, so I'll just have to quickly extract that. Right, got it. Just whack it into the PC chip and I will just transfer that quickly. Networking. I must get networking sorted. Job for another day. Just for those of you who are unfamiliar, I will show you how to transfer a file, folders, bunch of stuff to the compact flash card. We'll just load the configuration here. You just have to make sure you've got this device here that's add directory or archive, and then you just point it to a folder on your computer, and there you can access that. So I've dumped that Squirrel software into the add this hard drive, right, that I've just plugged in. It's the one that I've just pulled out of the Amiga, and start that. And then you'll see, yeah, we've got PC0 there, so that's basically looking at the folder on my computer. Squirrel Scuzzy right there. So I can just drag and drop it, or put it in the right place. So I just like to put it into transfer there, and then I can just chunk, drag and drop it. So that's copied onto the compact flash, and then just reboot, or turn off the emulator. Reboot the disk. SCSI install. Squirrel SCSI software to hard disk and a CD32/CDTV emulator. I think I use another piece of software that'll do that as well. So I'll just create Squirrel SCSI hard disk boot floppy. That could be handy too. Set up a SCSI hard disk to use with a boot disk. Okay, this one here. Extracting morsels. Oh, I love the sense of humour. You know, the old school sense of humour. They're probably not allowed to do it anymore. Not that Commodore could, but you know, developers in general. Unless it's a game or something, eh? Should the following files be moved? CD0. Why would you move that anyway? Okay. The thing is that this is CD4, but anyway, well, it's ID4. We'll see if it's smart enough to do a detection. Please insert the Squirrel SCSI master disk in any drive. Do I have to build that? Master disk. What master disk? Do I seriously have to? Do I have to create? CD only boot floppy. Squirrel SCSI hard disk boot floppy. Master disk. Why is it looking for a master disk? SCSI mounter. Designed to be fully automatic. Installer. Note the number of system files. Every time you reinstall your system, you must reinstall the appropriate pieces of the Squirrel SCSI. Oh, bloody hell. Amiga zip. CD32 emulation, SCSI mounter. Extremely easy method of mounting partitions on either removable or fixed disks. Yeah, that's not helpful, is it? Some of this stuff is not bloody trivial, is it? SCSI mounter. That's not going to do anything, is it? Oh, yes, it is. Scanning the bus. Got activity on the drive. So it's found the CD-ROM. Yep. Mount. Invalid rigid disk lock. Invalid RDB. Update. Get a photo of that. So yeah, the list of things to research is growing. Jeepers. wonder if I should try the boot disk, creating a boot disk and just seeing what the hell it does. Let me just grab a blank floppy disk. That might be blank, that one. Yeah, that's the floppy. That's that NME lib. Okay. I'm assuming it'll just format it, but maybe I'll do a quick format on this. Yep. Create CD only boot floppy. Create Squirrel SCSI hard disk boot floppy. Let's try that one. Hard disk boot. Is that implying that you've got a hard disk? If you've got a hard disk on the other end of the of this PCMCIA SCSI controller. CD only boot floppy. Let's do that one. I can't see it formatting the DF1. Oh, there it goes. Jeepers, took its time. While it does that, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I will be right back.
If you've never seen Elite before, or never played it, buy it now and treat yourself to the game of a lifetime.
Okay, son. Remember to roll and land, alright, buddy?
Yep.
That's the boy. Dinner ready, honey?
Now, with over 200 games, there's only time for the important things in life.
Microsoft, ready to play. From the co-designer of the hit title Civilization comes Age of Empires. From the Stone Age to the Iron Age, experience 10,000 years of amazing discoveries as you build your tribe into a great civilization. Will you explore new lands, amass great riches, or conquer all in your path? You choose your favorite form of world domination. Age of Empires.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
The world's #1 selling home computer is now in a family pack, the Commodore 64, plus data cassette and joystick, 4 software programs including Introduction to Basic, a teach-yourself program for the whole family. The Commodore 64 Family Pack, a value of $700 for just $499.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Aren't you out Yes, ma'am. We like to compare notes with Stevie on the new space station.
Hi, we're the Pointer Sisters. We need Stevie's help with our new album.
The Amiga computer. What can it do? Well, what do you want it to do?
I need some more help.
Mr. O'Neill. Upstairs first door on the left.
Amiga from Commodore, the computer for the creative mind.
Experience the mind unbounded. Amiga, the first personal computer that gives you a creative edge.
Elite has been called the game of a lifetime. Available now on the ZX Spectrum. It's shot to #1 in all the charts. It's a game of skill, logic, commercial acumen, and of course, alien zapping excitement.
Okie dokie, back again. Where are we at here? Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Oh man. Tell you what I'm tempted to do. I'm tempted to crack out the other Amiga 1200 that is set up for use with a CD-ROM drive, and I can show you my Mountain CD7 CD-ROM changer drive working on an Amiga. It's bloody hilarious. Okay. Oh. No, yeah, okay, cancel. Why would it have a floppy drive building utility that can't fit onto a floppy disk drive? A floppy disk? I mean, Go figure. Bizarre. Anyway. We'll do the old swap-a-rooney here. At some stage I'll get this bloody squirrel scuzzy CD-ROM working. AmiNet, that can go there. Right. Hey, a dreamer? Yeah. Very hard case advertisements, hey? Okay, right. To the side. I've got my Amiga 600 to show you as well at some stage. With fancy Accelerator card action. But we'll stay on track here in the meantime. This Amiga 1200 has a Blizzard 4 and SCSI. So yeah, pretty handy. Actually, I'll pull the card out of this because I really want to run clean again. Well, before I do that though, let's just fire it up. No, I'm pulling the card. Let's grab the other one. Actually, I'm changing my mind again. I'll just fire this up quickly. I'm curious to see whether MMU is happy on this one. Oh, this might be the one that I screwed over. You know, I'm in that situation again where I'm looking for the delete for that comment, right? That spam comment. And I can't. I need to unlock it again, you know, and I can't quite remember how to do that. I'm quite new to streaming, by the way, if you haven't noticed. somehow I can enable mod, you know, like moderator delete functions. This gets me every time. And I just want to delete, hang on, chat settings, here we go, what's that? Chat settings. Show moderation actions is ticked. Why can't I delete that? Can I delete it? Pin the message, reply. I don't see the option to, even though moderation actions is ticked. Show mod icons. There we go. Alright, bloomin' heck. Away with you. Okay. Oh, where the hell did I put? It's the speed, not that one. Info, here we go. Yeah, see, 030 in use. Easy, you know, like I don't recall having any issues with getting MMU running. 8483. Okay. So it's having a wee fit about all these bloody CD-ROMs. I'll show you this later, the installation process for this. It's quite hilarious. This is it's looking for the 7-disc CD-ROM changer. So it's complaining it can't find, you know, this is Workbench 3.5. I wonder if that's why, that's what I want to test, right? Whether just upgrading to 3.9 will sort all this crap out, or even 3.5, but I'm just going to go 3.9 if I've got it handy. I'm not 100% sure I do. Still wondering actually whether 3.5 might just sort it. I might have to have a little rummage around for that 3.9 disc. Okay, so let's turn that off, and we're going to go back to the clean disc. That one aside there. That's my 1200. Right, this disc here. Let's just see, hey? Not in use. Oh! In use. Just like that. So it must be something to do with the CPU type. Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah, look at that. In use. So that is the disk that I just took out of the machine that I just removed. And you saw that Sysinfo was saying MMU was not in use. Plugged that disk into a different machine with a different processor, and bam, straight away in use. Go figure. Must be something to do with different CPUs. And I wonder if that's what it was saying before about the EC version not having an EMU. And I wonder if we have a close look at this other one. I'll grab the accelerator card out of it. Or can we? Oh, we can actually see it. It is an FE 68030 FE 20B. Sorry, I'll switch back. That one there. Yeah. So, I wonder if the FE version does not have an EMU. That would explain a hell of a lot. I might have been just banging my head against a brick wall trying to get the EMU running when it's just not going to run on that CPU. Living and learning, you know. So, this being my clean install, I'm going to go through and install the SCSI CD-ROM drive. Now, the interesting thing about the SCSI setup, right, is you can't see it, but there's a SCSI on the. This is this cable here. That one there. That leads to a Amiga zip drive, SCSI zip drive, right? And if I plug that in, bearing in mind this is a clean install, hopefully it doesn't prove me wrong, but this is my understanding, is this zip drive should just work without having to install anything. Just turn the machine back on. In fact, it'll boot off that bloody zip drive. We'll try that in a second. Oh, let's insert the disk. Reading. There it goes. That's a Workbench 2 point something. And so with that disk in, I can actually boot the machine from that disk, and I'll do that right now. I think it'll take priority and boot off the SCSI zip drive. That's if I've got it set up right in the HD toolbox. No, it's not booting off. I'd probably have to, you know, go into tools here, off on a tangent again, but, oh, Squirrel HD toolbox, yeah. Interesting. I wonder if that's when I tried to get the Squirrel drive running on this. I wonder if I should just plug it in and see how we go. Yeah, so if I go partition, this is my compact flash. It's picking up the compact flash, but it's not picking up the SCSI zip. But that might just be because if I go to information here, oh no, it is SCSI.device. Okay. Yeah, what's this do? Hard drives. Change drive type. Yeah, I don't want to mess around too much there. I could screw something over. Change drive type. Same with that. Yeah, I don't want to go screwing with that. So that installer must have got that far to install their Squirrel HD toolbox. It's interesting. Okay, let's, now that the zip drive's hooked up, just eject that disk. Got her clothes off at the moment. This is a Mountain CD77 disc CD-ROM changer, and it works well on the Amiga. It's bloody hilarious, actually. So I'll just put the lid back on it, because I just had the lid off it, the casing off it, just giving it a good clean. It was pretty grubby. It's not entirely practical for the desk setup I've got here, but I just like using it. I've got another SCSI CD drive I could use, and it fits nicely into my little table thing, but we'll have a wee play with this. It's always a bit of a laugh. She's a grunty beast. So I need ID fix to install this, which I'm hoping is on that transfer folder. Just for the benefit of the people that are new here and didn't see this the other night, I think it's worth cracking it out again and showing it off. Pretty hard case. Right. cable's a bit short. Trying to work out a way you can see it here. I'm not moving my other camera that's pointing at the screen because I've got it set to fixed focus. And I don't want to mess it up. If I get you a wider view, let's see if we can move things over a little bit here. It's getting a bit tight on this desk here. What the hell? This is the front of the unit here. Okay. Now, if I hit button 1, we get disk 1. Right? I've got AmiNet installed in that bay there, so that's disk 1. AmiNet 11. Disk 2 from memory, I think, is Workbench 3.5, isn't it? Yeah. OS 3.5, disk 2. Neo, there's a little 2, or you were asking last time, there's a little 2 on the little slidey carrier thing here. It is printed on there by the look of it. So 3 was Superfrog, I think. Yep, Superfrog. And 3. Disk 4, I think, was BCI Net. Yep, BCI Net. Disk 5 is BCI Net 2 from memory. Yep, BCI Net 2. Disk 6. AmiNet Set 1 Disk B. Disk 7 is AmiNet Set 1 Disk C, I think. Oh, disk A. Right, 7 disks. A fully stacked CD stacker. That's the one. She's stacked all right. Okay. I do have to do some configuration there. I do. I've got another. I could daisy chain the SCSI zip and this drive, right, which I've got now. I could daisy chain another CD-ROM drive, SCSI. I could daisy chain my Supra drive removable, SideQuest. And what else could I do? I've got there was something else. Oh, tape drive. If I had a working tape drive. There's a challenge. Challenge accepted. One day I'll do it. I just have to get a working tape drive and I can do it. It's a bit of a shame that the actual camera's not quite set up properly to properly view this. I could arrange it though. I'll give you front vision. Now it's going to be, this camera's going to be all screwed up because I've got it flipped. Hole cooler. Oh, look at that. The cable's in the way. Oh no. I'm moving my camera. You'll have to look through the cables, sorry. Ah, tape library mechanism. Oh, is that SCSI, is it? Emacs. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that on Trade Me, but yeah, I'll take a wee look. Maybe if you could link it through on Discord for me, that'd be helpful. I'm curious. So, we have, let me try and organise this a bit better here. Try and not move my camera too much. Let's tie these up out of the way here. Oh, camera moving. How's that? That's a bit better, isn't it? Disc one. Disc one. Yeah, I'm tempted to angle this up at the back a little bit so you can really see what's going on. I don't think it'll matter if it's angled up slightly. I don't think it'll affect the you know, running of it. Ooh, bloody hell, it's heavy. Shit. I might not have cable length to do it. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Now I'm hoping I've got IDE fix here. I can't believe I haven't transferred some of this stuff across. I mean, bloody hell. It's something that I use all the time. I'm just slowly sort of building up that folder on the PC so that, you know, I've got everything I need, but here we go, I've got it on floppy here. Let's go, old school. Ah, that's what it is. It's this IDE fix that's got the CD32 emulator. Thanks for that. I'll take a look at that. I've got a couple of machines that have got SCSI, external SCSI available to them. I've got that Amiga 2000, which you've seen on stream plenty of times. And this one here, at least. Okay, IDE fix. Let's just dump that. Where shall I put that? Work. Actually, I'll put it in transfer. And then, so that'll be my destination. Right, there's a couple of options in here. Right, intermediate, let's do that, yes, okay. Allows you to use 4 hard disks and a SideQuest drive with your IDE port. A TAPI controls IDE and deals with CD-ROMs, SCSI 2 CD-ROMs. Do you agree to those? Yep. Ah, okay. This is commercial software. So, yep. Sorry, I'll just quickly deactivate that. This comes on the Amiga Forever CD or DVD. Where have I got that file? Software serials, here we go. Oh, I don't recall what start IDE fix now. I don't recall seeing that. Startup sequence. Oh yes, I think I have to reboot and start this install again from memory. Oh, yeah, it's going to use the find device. So here we go. That's the one. Use that. How many disks? 7. Yes, 7 disks. Use SCSI Direct. Use the disk change interrupt. Now, I think this is where you can get it to list all 7 disks on the workbench screen, even though they're not all loaded at the same time. Not sure, that's pretty hilarious. Not sure whether they use the 24-bit DMA. Say no. Would you like it to be mounted? Yes. Has 7 disks. Okay. Do you want to access them through different device names? This is the one, I think. And I chose yes to this last time. And it is CD4. That's correct. Proceed. Mount it. Yes, please. Now, what is the name for AMIGAugust device? This is, so I think my understanding is that CD4 will be disk 1. This one, CD14, will be disk 2. And then it's 24 for disk 3, 34, 44. I could change this, right? I'm not quite sure why it's going up in tens of increments. I guess it doesn't matter, it works. I'm just going to stick with the defaults. Actually, that might be disk 1. There's disk 2. Let's though. I guess I could give them like CD 1, 2, 3, 4 through 7. I don't know. I'm just running with this at the moment. There is a downside to this, you'll see. I think you can probably guess what it will be. Play CD audio player, why not? I can actually put the CD32 emulator on here as well. I'll try that out at some stage. Installation complete, I'm assuming. Yeah, so this is what it does, right? So that's disk 1, disk 2, disk 3, disk 4, disk 5, disk 6, disk 7. So there's our 7 disks, right? That's just a that's part of the the Amiga OS 3.5. So you can kind of like line these babies up. Not quite going to fit, is it? You know, if I had a high-res screen. But anyway, you get the point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And if I want to access AmiNet 11, I double-click it, and the unit is loading that disk. Bang, done. Right? If I want to access OS 3.5, it's finding disk 2. Done. Now, there's a couple of downfalls with this, right? So it knows exactly what's in there at the moment. If I swap a disk or change a disk, let's put this is AmiNet C1, disk C. Let's put that in the first disk, right? Disk 1. So you can see it unloads all the icons there. And if what you can do, do I explain that now? It's what will happen is when I insert this disk back in by pushing button 1, it goes through and it rescans the entire 7 discs again. It has to reload each tray, read the disc, and populate the icons on the screen. If you are, like, let's say I was swapping out all 7 of these discs for a completely different set of 7. If I chose disc 2 now, it would insert disc 1 and eject the disc 2 tray without going through and reading everything. That makes sense. But I'll do that now, reinsert disc 1, and I think it'll go through and read everything. Yeah. So I think it started here. That's that OS 3.5, and then went to BCI Net, and it's just working its way across here. And then I think at the end it'll go back to 1 and read that, and that'll be the disc, the ready disc. I think. Okay, and it'll go back to the start, and it's reading disc 1 now. Yep, there it goes. Yeah. So, just going to load disk 1 there. Pretty handy, eh? Pretty handy. Now, the other downfall is, I mean, it's you kind of expect it, right? If I reboot, just do a reboot here. Guess what it does? Every reboot, which slows the boot process substantially. So let's rescan. Yep, it rescans. Yeah, exactly, because the unit is running independently as such, you know, it's powered independently. You totally could reload everything. I guess if I chose that one, was it interrupts or something it said? Well, then it may not do that every boot. It might just have available the disk that you've got currently selected, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm curious, if we run IDE fix again, oh, look, eject CD, well, that's just going to eject the currently enabled CD, right? CD 32. Disk, eject, find device, kill dev, CD player, play CD. Should put a music CD. Oh, I'll get bloody content matched, won't I? Not that it matters because I'm not an affiliate at this stage, but if I go through that install process again, use that. 7 CDs. Use disk change interrupt, I guess. It's probably a good idea. Would you like the CD-ROM drive automatically mounted on boot up? If you are unsure if your controller will work correctly with the controller settings, you should select no. Okay. Automatically mounted on boot. Well, I know that works. That's not the setting that I want to change though, is it? Yes. Has 7 disks. Do you wish to access them through different device names? That's the one there. If I choose no, it's just going to call it CD4, right? That's the ID of the SCSI device. It already exists. Yes, I want to replace it. Mount it. Yes. And so that's more of a manual way of dealing with it, I guess. I think that's already installed, right? I just effectively skip it. And if I reboot, I'm assuming it's just going to mount the current disk. So there's a couple of ways you could run it. I guess if you were leaving your Amiga on for a long time, that initial option would probably be quite good. Or is it? Oh no, it's scanning still. It's scanning through again. So that doesn't really change things as far as boot up's concerned. Yeah, so it's populated everything again, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what difference it's made with that. It doesn't seem to have changed the behavior at all, does it? Oh, it's, yeah, so what it's done is instead of having a different CD, ID as such, it's just got one, right? It's just called CD4. So if I go to Workbench here, into the shell, and if I access it through CD4 : right? Where is the way I had it set before? So that'll just read whatever's in the drive. So that's set 1 at the moment, right? That'll be one of these. If I go to Superfrog, maybe, load Superfrog into the, effectively it's just reading the disk, right? Close that. If I do another dir, we get AmiNet still. It's interesting. I wonder if I come back out and back in again. That could have just been cached, right? No. That's interesting. So I guess, yeah, that's still there. It's reading the disk, but it's, as far as in the shell's concerned, it still thinks that the AmiNet disk is in. Disk C, AmiNet. So that could be why, the previous install setup might be better, especially if you're using the shell, because that seems a bit buggy to me. I'm not quite sure how to sort of tell the shell, you know, read the current disk that's in there. It's obviously a Super Frog here. It's reading it. I wonder what Directory Opus makes of it. Yeah. Oh, hang on. So it's... I wonder if this is just a hangover from that previous install. See, it's not having to load the disk. It's actually like it's cached up the directories and everything. If I actually go in there. Yeah, so it's cached up all the directory names, and it's not until I sort of drill down into a subdirectory as such that it loads the disk. So, yeah, but I'm wondering if this is a hangover just because of the way I installed it last time. So that's the actual drive there, CD4. And it's loading that now. Yeah, so I wonder if maybe if I cleaned it up and installed it the second way I did it, whether that would get rid of all these CDs. There could be some way of actually cleaning this up. That might be an amount list or something. It's not 100% sure whether that's normal. Anyway, it's working. And tell you what I'm tempted to do. I'm tempted to put OS 3.9 on here and then, just out of interest, swap back this drive into the other computer to see whether there's something weird that, you know, with the MMU that may just fix the problem and get the MMU to detect, even though it's a different type of CPU, the FC version on that other computer. Whether it may just detect it, I don't know. It's worth a try. But I mean, what I should really do is have a look online quickly and just see whether there's an MMU in that FC variant of Motorola chip there. So what is it? It's a 68030 FC, wasn't it? $68030. I can't say I've ever seen the FC mentioned. What have we got? Oh, FE. RC. So RC, my understanding is RC is the reduced cost. Let me share this. Which one can I use? This one here. So we've got the FE at the top, This is definitely an FC, isn't it? Did I double check that? Oh, it's an FE, sorry. FE, so it's this top one. It's the quad flat pack, yeah. It says 16 megahertz, but it's definitely more than that. Then you've got RC, that's like reduced cost, right? RP, RC again, RC, RC, FE. There's the 25 megahertz chip. That's my one, right? It says it's actually, the part number's 20. It's got a, yeah, actually it looks like, almost like that one at the top. 20, oh no, there's 20 megahertz. This one here, let me just double check this. So my chip is an FE20B. And we talked about this the other night on stream, where I assumed that was going to be a 20 megahertz part. Turns out it's a 25. That's right, isn't it? 25 megahertz. Yeah. So if you look at this one here, and it's got that 20B on it, well, that is a 20 megahertz part. But my one is a 25, and it's got 20 on it. And it's this one here. No, it's not. FE. FE25. But mine's an FE20. 30 RC, RP, RC, FE, RP, RC, RP, FE40, engineering samples, FE20. PC 68. One's an MC 68030 FE20B. There's a lot of variants, isn't there? So MC, and it's the FE variant. MC 68030 FE, that's the 33. FE 25. But there's no FE 30. Oh yeah, MC 68030 FE 20. That's my one there. It says it's 20 megahertz, but it's being picked up as a 25. Floating point, on-chip peripheral memory management unit, MMU. It's weird it's not being picked up. There's a 25 megahertz part, but that, unless it's been overclocked, MMU on board. Yeah. Yep, needs a bit more research, I think, into that, but that's interesting. It does have an MMU. So why it's not being picked up when the Blizzard 4 is, bam, just picking up no problem, is beyond me. I don't quite know what's going on there. There'll be something subtle maybe in the operating system that's stopping it from picking up, possibly. That's the only thing I can think of, some sort of configuration issue. Right, see if I can find this 3.9 disc. OS 3.9. is. Let's do an in-place upgrade, eh? Oh, it's 3.9. And disc 1. And this is what it does too. So as soon as you install a new CD, one new CD, and disk tray 1, it scans the entire drive again. So although it's highly convenient to have these 7 disks available, you've got to have a certain amount of patience. Okay. Oh, it hasn't finished yet. Okay. It's an unusual color palette, eh? Right, here we go. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Create an emergency disk. I've got an emergency disk. Update installation over 3.5, no. Full installation over 3 or an empty hard drive. That one there. There's a CD-ROM driver here as well. But let's do that. You should boot from your emergency disk to make the update or full install. Please install. Oh, do I have the emergency disk handy? That's the other bloody. Let's have a look. I might have to make one just to quickly get one. Be careful. shall make one. My lord. Create emergency disk. Okay. DF0. Okay. Oh, we've got to look at the Amiga 600 at some stage too. The accelerator on that. Tempted to just write a brand new clean disk for it and use that. Restore a disk. Actually, I've got brand new in the packet. These here from Amiga Kit. That might be the quickest way to get up and running. But then again, I want to copy all my goodies across. In fact, I could probably just use this oh, hang on. Will it matter if I pull a drive from an Amiga 1200? It's been installed on an Amiga 1200 and whack it straight into a 600. It should be okay, shouldn't it? I don't have any special drivers for the AGA chipset or anything silly like that. We'll give it a go for science. You'd have Amiga OS 3.9 running on a Amiga 600. I guess there's no reason why not. You don't need any special CPUs to run OS 3.9, do you? I don't think so. So the new features of OS 3.9, multimedia programs, MP3 player, AVI and QT player, new CD player, a web browser, AWeb 3.4 SE, new version, Genesis, full internet and network access, AmiGaugus, new program start bar, Warp OS 5.0, new version, iAmiga tools for zip and jazz. That's handy. New powerful shell with extensive prefs, automatic data type recognition, integrated unpacker, LHA, LZX, DMS. Oh, it's got that's handy. It's got the DMS unpacker and zip. That is a big upgrade. I like that. Fast search for and in files. New picture data type, PPC-optimized. Many new tools, ASL prefs, new info requester, new watch, font cache, new color wheel, etc. Extensive HTML documentation in English and German. Minimum system requirements. Here we go. Minimum system requirements. CD-ROM drive, hard drive, 68020 processor or higher. Amiga 3.1 ROMs, 6 meg of fast RAM. So the 6 meg of fast RAM will be where the accelerator for the Amiga 600 will fall down because it's 4 meg. But I read up about that accelerator and it supports more than 4 meg, so that's handy. Do you use CD-ROM drive on a 4-way IDE or any other IDE controller which needs scuzzy. This must be the CD-ROM driver, I guess. Emergency disk now ready for use. Proceed. Okay. Let's go. There we go. Okay. OS 3.9 full, install over 3.0 or empty. Proceed. Okay. This program lets you install 3.9 on the hard drive. It can be used to upgrade an older release or to control which languages. License agreement, accept, install, proceed. On which partition? I thought it was going to automatically reboot the computer and boot from that. I need to reread it, do you? Are you sure you want to abort use? I need to reread that install screen. You should boot from you to make. Please install an emergency and boot your system. Okay, yeah, I didn't read it properly, did I? Oh, I'm looking forward to getting my OSSC capture scan converter. I won't have to do potato screen capture. Literal screen capture. Screen recording, I think is what we call it. Is it booting off the floppy or not? It appears that it's booting off the hard drive. Is this disk funny? No, I don't like that. Just do a reboot. Why is it not booting up? Here we go. Right. It detected there was a disk, did a little bit of reading from the floppy disk, and now... Oh yeah. It's booting from the floppy now. It's going through this bloody CD changer, I think. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Isn't that lovely? Now, run the install, right? Thanks for buying. Thank you for buying Amiga OS 3.9. Your support will help to go on with the development of innovative technologies. You can tell that's been translated too, can't you? Okay. Full install over 3.0. Proceed. Proceed. Accept the license. No pretend install allowed. Amiga OS 3.9 installation running. This looks very similar to 3.5. On which partition? So DH0. Proceed. English. Print drivers, no. American key map, that's fine. Yes. Let's go. While it does that, I'm just going to take another short break.
Now, with over 200 games, there's only time for the important things in life.
Microsoft, ready to play. From the co-designer of the hit title Civilization comes Age of Empires. From the Stone Age to the Iron Age, experience 10,000 years of amazing discoveries as you build your tribe into a great civilization. Will you explore new lands, amass great riches, or conquer all in your path? You choose your favorite form of world domination. Age of Empires.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
The world's #1 selling home computer is now in a family pack, the Commodore 64, plus data cassette and joystick, 4 software programs including Introduction to Basic, a teach-yourself program for the whole family. The Commodore 64 Family Pack, a value of $700 for just $499.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Aren't you astronauts?
Yes, ma'am. We like to compare notes with Stevie on the new space station.
Hi, we're the Pointer Sisters. We need Stevie's help with our new album.
The Amiga computer. What can it do? Well, what do you want it to do?
I need some more help.
Mr. O'Neill. Upstairs first door on the left.
Amiga from Commodore, the computer for the creative mind.
Toyota bugger ad, you reckon? It's not not computer related though, is it? But that's fine, isn't it? Maybe if you could find it, do you think if you could find it for me, send me through the link and I'll add it to the list. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Some proper Kiwi ads would be kind of cool. There's not that many good ads anymore, really, are there? There's the odd one that comes out. I quite like that one, what was it? Is it a telecommunications company or something? It's like you had one job, Hugo, one job. Thank you. Cool. Am I able to download a YouTube video? I think you can download them, eh? Yeah, one job, Hugo, one job. And you notice that ad too, I don't know if you watch TV, but there's that ad also had one where there was a guy complaining he's getting his ass handed to him by a young fella. Oh yes. Have you got, are there any of those? NZPC company. What about other New Zealand companies? Tell you what else would be quite cool would be, you know, yeah, that ad that I'm talking about, sorry, and he goes, suck it up, noob, to this, he's like a young kid. The crunchy bar, yep. Yep, that's classic. Oh, what about the one with Rachel Hunter in it? Is it the Tip Top ad? Yeah, they've taken off that that suck it up noob one. They don't play that anymore. I wonder if it's some bloody PC complaint's been made or something, you know. I don't know. Can't think of why they would do it. Remove it. What other ads from the 80s normally, or the 90s even? Do you think that was PC Brigaded? That one where he goes, suck it up, noob. Makes you wonder. Was the Rachel Hunter one, was that a Tip Top? Was it ice cream, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, suck it up. Yeah, it could be too. I was wondering if it's the noob, if it was noob, you know, suck it up, noob as well. It's kind of like a pejorative, you know, taking the piss, calling someone a noob, pejorative term. But whether, yeah, it could be the suck it up part, eh? It's like, you shouldn't tell people to do that. Yeah, no, all good. Yeah, that could be quite cool just to put a bit of a Kiwi flavour to it, even though it's not computer related, just have some general ads. Some of the stuff we were brought up with. The other one that I quite like is there's an ad, I can't even remember what it's for, but there's a little girl in it and the family's saying to her, someone left the fridge door open again. And this little girl's just sitting there looking a little bit sheepish, but not admitting that she's the one. Someone left the fridge door open. It was quite funny. Oh, thanks. Actually, be pretty helpful if you could whack them into the Discord for me, please, because otherwise I have to scroll back through my chat later on to find it. I'm sure I can find them myself anyway. If you've got some suggestions, that'd be awesome. Yeah, yep, that's fine. Spam away. Please send off your registration today. You will get something. God, that's hard to read. Bloody hell. Special offers. Further developments. You will get phone support. Prioritization, I think it is, on future developments and special offers. Yeah. Okay. Your system was started apparently with your emergency disk. Would you like to install CD-ROM driver and the drivers for your graphics systems if one is available? I think we'll stick with the CD-ROM driver we've got. It should be fine. Positioning icons. One moment, please. What other computer companies might have advertised in New Zealand that you can remember? I mean, I'm trying to think of any that I remember from back in the day, but I didn't watch much TV back in the day. Still don't. Please insert your boot disk into the drive you booted from and then click on proceed. If the disk is already in, just click proceed. Remove all disks and select proceed. Yeah, Dick Smith. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Dick Smith. I own a few Dick Smith Electronics computers actually. I've got a System 80 and a Dick Smith Wizard. And I think a Dick Smith, what are they? They're a little, oh, it's a VZ200 piece of crap. 8-bit. Yeah, so they went online only, eh? They're still around. But they're only, Dick Smith Electronics only doing online sales now. They weren't too bad. No, well, the Nelson shop anyway. There was a guy in the Nelson shop who was pretty good with electronics, and he was very helpful, not condescending or anything like that. That was back in, I would say, maybe the 90s. Yeah. Here we go. Oh. OS 3.9. Ooh. Doesn't look any different to the 3.1. Workbench 45.1. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, look. Right. Yeah, they might have just been waiting for the Christmas rush, eh, and then packed it in. Yeah. This runs really nicely on my 040 with the Picasso 2. Goes really nicely on that. But this seems to be going okay. But I'm pretty sure that Picasso 2 does make quite a difference. Let's have a look at the system here and see what options we have. Preferences actually. That's what I'm looking for. Gift cards. Oh, I had a bad experience with a gift card. I got a gift card for Christmas. It was like $100 or something like that, and it was for a local store. What are they? Might be J-Car, something like that. And it expired after a year, and I didn't use it. In a year's time, went in to redeem it, and they said no, which is borderline bloody illegal, actually. Those gift cards that expire like that. I won't touch a gift card unless it's got no expiry. Screen modes. What screen modes do we get here? Pretty much the same as before, right? Okay. Same as before. Okay. Warp OS. Pretty sure the battery in this card is dead as a dodo, so there's no point setting the time or anything like that at this stage. That's cool. Does my Opus 5 still work? Yeah, I never really forgave them for that, eh? And to be honest, anything that you can buy at JCar is a hell of a lot cheaper just to buy on bloody AliExpress. I would like these icons to be more colourful, eh? See, why has that not got the red and white ball there? They all look a bit plain, don't they? Oh, that's because I'm running Opus this way. Don't worry. I've had 2 late nights in a row. That's my excuse. 2 late nights in a row. And it's starting to bite. I think it was, what time did I stream until last night? It was about 11:30 or something like that, and I stayed up for a little bit after that as well. And the night before that, I think I streamed until bloody 12:30, half midnight, you know, half an hour after midnight. Yeah, that looks good, eh? Nice red and white bouncy ball there. Yep, 20 to 12, yeah. What else could I do? I could crank up. Oh, so you know what I'm tempted to do? I'm tempted to, with the Accelerator card here, this is the A600 Accelerator. I'm tempted to get more RAM in it and then chuck it in the A600 and run bloody Workbench 3.9 on the A600 just for shits and giggles. And what I'm interested to know is actually, can I just pull the drive out of this machine and plug it straight into the A600? It's going to complain like hell that there's no CD-ROM drive installed or connected. Let's do that. That sounds like fun. So let's pull the drive out of here. That's my OS 3.9 boot, emergency boot. Better just label that. Okey-dokey. Right, we'll move this bloody monstrosity out of the way. Okay. Off with ya. That's a cool toy to have though. Just to play with. Right. Probably need to, what I'm not sure about is this is the card. Oh no, that's the Amiga 1200 one. Let's remove the hard drive from here. before I go too far, I'm going to just double check that that Amiga 600 has only got 4 meg on that accelerator, so we'll get it bedded in, make sure it works, and then we'll might swap some RAM out of it to start with, and then whack that other drive in from the other Amiga that I've got just there. Okay, 600. Cute little 600. So cute. I'll get you a decent view of this because I think it's a bit bloody pornographic, really. Is that going to face the right way there? No, I need to flip vision. That's pretty good there. Need to get a floppy drive installed in this machine. There, in a box, out in the garage. Then what I want to do is I want to put WHD load on and run some games. Okay. Rightio. Here we have the A600 in all its glory. Now there's that protective card there. I'm fairly sure this thing's just going to go, right? Because she was running last night. But I just want to check that RAM. Okay, so I'm just going to slip a piece of paper. What was I using for that? Or even just a bit of cardboard actually would do the trick. This here will do. Just being super safe and slotting this paper under the heatsink over the top of those two chips there. I'm just a little bit worried that that heatsink that I've got on there might short on those chip pins there. Not 100% sure whether it's actually the pins on those PLCC sockets are actually possibly a little bit proud. I just want to be 100% careful. So we've got our plastic sheet, and I reckon this is what the guy was doing, is he was bloody rubber banding that together into a sandwich, this here. You know, it kind of makes sense in a way, safety wise, and that way there's less chance that this little plastic protective sheet is going to move, but I'm happy with that. We'll just slot Slot that on there. Feels like it's on. Let's make sure she's working. Yep, white screen up straight away like that means it's going to work. Chief Air flies along for an Amiga 600. Look at it go. Nice. 030. MMU not in use. Yeah. There we go. 9105 dry stones. This is the fastest wedge Amiga I've got. It's faster than the 1200. I'm not sure why. It's faster than that Blizzard. 48.4 megahertz CPU. The FPU, I need an FPU that's fast enough. I'm assuming, not 100% sure, but I'm assuming I need an FPU that's going to run at 50 megahertz. And I'm just not 100% sure I've got one. So, actually, check out the memory. 4 meg, not enough to run OS 3.9. But what I'm hoping is, if I just turn that off there, I think, although I'm not 100% sure, that this piece of RAM here is an 8 meg. And I'm wondering if I can just swap them without changing any jumpers, and whether it will detect, you know, as an 8 meg or not. So we should be able to just carefully extract that one. That's a single-sided, looks more like 4, which it is. And this one here, good old Edge computers. To extract the accelerator, I think. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that's in properly. I'll just extract that. I'll get switch over there for you. Make sure this is fully inserted here. Can't just have it bloody halfway, eh? Just not on. There we go. That's good there. Okay. We're all happy. Show that there. These are not ideal. These sockets that push down over a CPU like this is not ideal. But this, you know, it made an easy upgrade, right? You just push that onto your CPU and you're done. white screen. Promising. Do we have any boot action though? It did take a while, didn't it? Didn't take that long though, did it? Taking too long. Do I need to change a jumper on here? That's the other thing I need to have a look at. Yeah, that's not happy, eh? Just a sanity check here, and I'll whack the other chip back in. The other SIM. That's not promising, is it? That's with the original SIM back in. Maybe it's just not seated right. That makes me nervous. Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually sitting on that CPU socket properly. Let's try that again. That feels better. That looks better. Yep. I heard a little juju. That's the floppy drive. Yep. Okay. I'm going to try to swap this RAM out with it in situ there. Oh, no. They've put a little bit of Velcro. They've put a little strip of Velcro on here to hold another plastic piece on, but it sort of overhangs. I might deal to that actually. It overhangs a little bit and makes it difficult to install the RAM. And they've actually broken the little plastic locator there as well. Okay. Righto. Yep, that's looking better. That's the way it should look. Fingers crossed for 8 meg of RAM. G'day, Evil C. Yeah, well, I've only just got to it. So I've been mucking around with the A1200 actually. Trying to get that bloody MMU thing sorted, but the weird thing is that I did just an absolute clean install, right? And I tried to install the MMU as I did last night, and it still wouldn't pick up in, you know, in the benchmarking. And so it was kind of, you know, looking at different options and bits and pieces. So I thought I'll pull that install out, you know, that compact flash card. I pulled the compact flash card from that 1200 and I whacked it into the computer, the A1200 with the Blizzard in it. Picks up the MMU. They're a different CPU. And so the CPU that I've got that in the machine that wasn't picking up the MMU is a 68030 FE variant. But in looking into the FE variant has an MMU. But nah, it still doesn't. I think there's something I've got to do, something special to get the MMU to run on an FE bloody variant of CPU. I just don't know. So what I've done is I put OS 3.9 on because there was a mention in the manual that OS 3.9 has everything you need for MMU out of the box. And so I upgraded it to 3.9, no change. Is that right? Did I even test it on the other machine? Because I did the 3.9 on... no, I haven't even tried it yet, to be honest. No. Geez, how long has my stream been going for? 3 hours or something? I'm just getting a bit muddled. But yeah, I don't think I've tried. So this, the hard drive is in the... Yeah, and the 1200 with the Blizzard in it, that's got OS 3.9. So what I want to do after this is I want to pull the card out of the Blizzard machine and put it into the machine with the FE chip with the 3.9 installed and just see what happens. That's the plan. But I've got a little bit sidetracked and farting around with getting an 030 into this Workbench little A600 with Workbench on it here. I want to try out basically I want to try putting the OS that I've just installed on the 1200 and upgrade it to 3.9. I want to put it in here and see if it'll run, but OS 3.9 needs 6 meg of RAM, fast RAM, and the RAM that was in this little accelerator here is this stick here, that's 4. I think this is 8, but I'm not 100% sure. Just about to try it out. 8 meg, okay? So this computer now, as it is, can run bloody OS 3.9. Note, MMU not in use, but this is a jacked up install pretty much. It's not. I haven't spent any time with this install. But, so now that that's working, if I pull this drive, so that's my A600, and I whack in the OS 3.9 install, I'll be very curious as to, oh shit, where did I put it? Is it? Did I pull it out already? Maybe it's this one. I should have taken more note. That seems loose. It's loose as. Let's see, is this the right one? And if it is the 3.9 install, it's going to complain like hell that I don't have any CD-ROM connected to the machine. Because I don't. Yep. Abort, 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 abort. The other thing is, potential issue here is that I built this OS, basically installed it on a 1200, but I would have thought, even though the 600 doesn't have the AGA chipset, does it? I thought that this should work, but am I up against the bloody CD-ROM driver issue there? Because that ain't booting. Not fully anyway. And I've had a little bit of trouble getting that Squirrel drive installed, the Squirrel CD-ROM drive. It is, I'm sure it works, it's just potentially a driver issue or installation issue. Some of the stuff is not trivial, as you know. Being an Amiga enthusiast yourself, Mr. C, you will know that some of this is not trivial. I'm just going to whack that 4 meg back into the into this. That is the A1200 8 meg RAM FPU RTC. I confirmed last night that the MMU, the FPU that came out of this Amiga 600 Accelerator is gone burgers. It's not a happy camper. No matter what I put it in, it stops the machine from booting. I'm just going to try this again. And you might say, well, if it's a CD-ROM, you know, that's interfering with this here, you might say, well, just boot from a floppy disk and edit the bloody... problem is I don't have a floppy disk in the machine. Floppy disk drive. I bought all that, right, and it just sits there. Do I need a... Actually, I can boot from DF1, can't I, on these? Can't you boot from DF1 on these machines? I just plug in the floppy disk drive. It is plugged in. And boot, and hold down both mouse buttons. Yeah. DF1. Let's put in, well, considering it's 3.9. Yeah, I thought that was the case. I'll put in my emergency disk here, 3.9 emergency disk, and see whether I've got the ability to actually do any editing here. You'd think the emergency disk would allow you to do that, wouldn't you? At least basic file edit. Are you going to boot? Yep, you are. Please insert, cancel. Yeah. What, are you going to sit there too? So much for emergency boot. Kidding me. I wonder if 3.1 will boot. At least just so that I can edit some of these files. Or I remove the drive and bloody slave it onto the emulator. That's another option. Workbench. Let's try that. Workbench 3.1. Yep. Yeah, you could unplug the hard drive. Yeah. Have you got a compact flash to like SCSI? Is it like, have you got is it Blue SCSI or something like that? Here we go. What do I want to do here? I want to if I try and add something, is it going to work? DH0 S startup sequence for a start aim. Awesome. You don't like it. Unable to open needed library. Bloody hell. I guess I could just pull the drive, edit it on through the emulator, eh? I mean, what's it complaining about? It's really just that CD. I wonder if can I use a different editor? It won't do that, will it? Can I open ed? Is that what it's complaining about? Yeah, it is. Or do you think, I mean, the other option, the other thing that could be stopping this from booting is that I built the iOS on an Amiga 1200 and there's something there that it doesn't like. I mean, what am I trying to do here? I'm looking to see whether I can get MMU running, and I want to try that on OS 3.9. I might just go back to the, I think what I'll do is I'll go back to the Amiga 1200. We'll put the little 600 aside. It's nice to know that that's capable of running Workbench 3.9, but I think it needs its own install. So I'll put that aside, and I might just do that off camera at some stage, maybe tonight. What I lurk on, I'm assuming Carcinomi will be streaming tonight, and I'll do that. But in the meantime, let's go back. I mean, this is really where I was I was just getting a bit excited about this little bloody 030 accelerator here. But if I pull that and fire that up on the 1200, I mean, it could be in the same boat, right? That might complain about this bloody CD missing. CD drive missing. It'll be a pain in the ass. But I can always edit it on another machine, or you know, in the emulator anyway. So let's put the lovely little 600 down there. That's going to make a nice 600, eh? And so what I wanted to try was this computer, this 1200, which has got, this has got the FE, Motorola FE 20B. Apparently has MMU. And let's see whether OS 3.9 is just going to miraculously sort all these MMU issues, but I'm not going to put money on it. I'll be very surprised if it does just work. But, you know, you never know, you never know. Okay, let's try. Yeah. Oh, maybe it is that CD. Those CD drivers are stopping this OS from fully booting. Okay. Oh, I'm pleased it's not caused by the installation being done on a 1200 and then put into a 600. That's handy, but I think what I'll do is I will take this card over to the emulator and we'll see whether we can comment out some of this crud with the CD-ROM. Now if I add a hard file, I should be able to just get a bootable. So if I go for that clean with Dopus, there we go. It's my bootable. That should work, right? Is that going to start up? Yep. Okay. That's my clean install. And if I mount that physical drive, will it let me do that? If I go add a hard drive, physical, and choose non-bootable, flash, properties. I want to read and write. Can I? It's got potentially it could boot off that. Try to, couldn't it? Let's see what it does. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Is it going to let me though? Hang on, is this actually... Yeah, that's Workbench version 40. Okay, that's... I'm wondering though, is this compact flash? Because that looks like 3.9 icons, doesn't it? I need a way of differentiating these two, so I can do that. Let me remove compact flash and reset. And if I go to system, yeah, see, it looks completely different. We'll just put a new drawer in here, just called unnamed. Just whack it there. And then remount the hard drive, just so that I can figure out which one's booting and differentiate between the two and actually work on the correct one. I thought there was some way you could say that it was, oh, there, boot priority, that's for that PC. So properties, boot priority 0. So that's the actual HDF file. This is the compact flash. But see, there's nowhere in there to set boot priority. Yeah, so it's having a fit because it's got the same volume name. And if I go here, it's completely different, hey? There's no unnamed. So what I'm hoping I can do is I can actually edit, if I can actually run this. Can I run the ed command? No, it doesn't like it, does it? Because I've got similar bloody... Oh, I've got identical system names. I could rename them. Oh, geez, it's getting... Alright. Boot from floppy, maybe? Remove that. And am I going to be in the same boat here, though, effectively? Floppy disk. And we'll put in Workbench 3.1 and reset. This could be just emulating the problem I've already got. Yeah, Do I have to? Okay, ed. Is colon. And what's this editing though? Is this editing? Actually, I need to be more specific than that. I need to put in here DH0. Okay. IDE fix. I could just ream that out. Or is it referring to a mount list or something? I don't quite understand the mount lists at this stage. Let's try user startup. Squirrel C. Let's get rid of that because that was a failed attempt. So was that activate cross IDE fix all. Did that actually write it? Is it finished? Yep, that did actually write it. Okay. Is that all that's stopping this? Let's have a look. Eject that disk and reboot. While that boots, I will be back in a second. I'll just have a quick break. Oh yeah, so this is our issue, right? Oh look, it's booting though. It's actually getting in. I wonder if I could just run the cancel that. I wonder if I could just run the. What do I need to do to remove all of these entries? How do I uninstall this? That's the question. It's interesting that it runs on the emulator, but it won't run on the actual computer. Do I run the IDE fix again? That's the other thing. And so just, I don't know, is there some way of saying no CD-ROM? There is no more CD-ROM. Go away. Uninstall. Does that just uninstall the IDE fix software? Or does it uninstall the drivers? Or do I rerun the install? I mean, it's not. Should I try this? Restoring old installation, deleting current. Don't forget to remove any manually inserted load IDE or IDE fix statements. I think they are gone, aren't they? Just note that. Load IDE or IDE fix. Okay. Let's see if it complains when I reboot about these bloody missing ROM drives. Yes. Oh yeah. That's what I want to see. That is what I want to see, but I just need a quick break.
The mind, unbounded. Amiga, the first personal computer that gives you a creative edge.
Elite has been called the game of a lifetime. Available now on the ZX Spectrum. It's shot to #1 in all the charts. It's a game of skill, logic, commercial acumen, and of course, alien zapping excitement. Never seen Elite before, or never played it, buy it now and treat yourself to the game of a lifetime.
Okay, son. Remember to roll and land, alright, buddy? Yeah. That's my boy.
Right, so I just need to turn off this emulator here. Quit. Hoping that this will now boot. Blinking lights. Oh, you're fucking shitting me. What's wrong with this? Why does it boot on the emulator but it won't boot here? Ah, bugger. It's a bugger. So it's not the, well, could it be a hangover the CD-ROM install? I don't know. Trying to think of why that would not boot. Or the other thing I'm trying to think of is how much work's involved in getting bit to the point where I've got OS 3.9 on a compact flash card that boots after having the CD-ROM drivers installed and then taken back off again. I mean, if I go through that trouble, am I just going to end up exactly where I am now? That's the other thing. So I'm almost tempted to sort of do this off camera, really, because you guys don't want to sit and watch that, I'm sure. Just trying to think of a quick way I could do it. Because to me it seems like it's the installation of the CD-ROM drivers and then uninstallation has stopped this machine from booting physically. Boots in emulation, won't boot here. And the reason I want to get the CD-ROM working is because I need OS 3.9 installed to test this theory about the MMU. It's a bit of a catch-22, really. And all I really want to see is, I want to see this bloody Amiga 600 running Workbench 3.9 with 8 megs of RAM and some WHD load games. I guess I could just give it another go. Doesn't take too long to do, does it? What have I got here? No, this is not the computer with the SCSI. Or I could, trying to think of options. My brain is starting to hurt. Yeah. Yeah, bugger it. I think I'll carry on. I'm sure we'll get there eventually, but it's just a matter of what do I need to do to get back to where I was with this install here. Why the hell does it boot here? Unless it's something to do with the accelerator, which I don't have set up in the WinUAE here. There is an old startup sequence there that I could maybe try. Could also take out user startup. It's pretty drastic, but I mean, I'll just rename it, and then startup sequence. I'll rename that as well. And then copy that startup sequence there into here, and let's see, does this still boot then? Because that might be a startup. Oh yeah, done like that. Might be a startup sequence from before I did the upgrade to 3.9, right? What's the bit that does the same thing in hardware? Let's have a look. Just about put money on it, it'll do the same thing. Is it booting at all? That's not even attempting to boot. Oh, got the screen turned off. Oh man, yeah, there it goes. Yep. Hey, I've been streaming for bloody 4.5 hours and I'm tired. That's my excuse. Oh bugger. Well, you know what? I'm tempted to start this install again. Seems like a waste of time. Just to find that potentially after putting the bloody CD-ROM drivers in, that it's going to have another fit. I've got a reasonably clean install to go back to, so I mean it won't take long. Trying to work out how to, or remember how to bloody restore that to, let me see, so I can back up a hard drive easily enough. I'm just trying to remember how the bloody hell I restore one. She's gone. Gone. See you later. How do I restore a HDF to a physical drive again? Jeez, how do I do that? I was doing it not so long ago. Documentation. It's all well and good to create an image, but you need to know how to put the image back onto the physical drive before. Oh. I wonder if I can use like WinImage or something. Does it support HDF? That's the other question. WinImage. Bloody handy software actually. Restore image on physical drive. Location of physical. It appears to be doing it, you can't see it, but it is actually writing a disk. Can I add that capture? Yes, I can. There it goes. So, yeah, so the WinImage handles HDF files. It's bloody handy, isn't it? I use WinImage so much that I'm tempted to stop using it unregistered and give the guy some money. Because whoever writes it, the people that write it, they deserve the money for it. So useful. There is a nag screen, but I mean, it's not very naggy. And you can just, it seems like you just can carry on using it. But as I say, I think they deserve something. Actually, no, I'll do it later. While we watch the paint dry there. So once this is done, then it's a matter of, actually I'll probably, while that's doing that, I'll swap computers because I need to get the machine that's got the SCSI card available to it, which is the other 1200. Oh yeah, I was looking at Zeb's image. The problem with Zeb's image, it's not a huge problem, it's just one thing with it, is it's bigger than any of the cards that I've got. So these compact flash cards, I've got a 4 gig, and his image is like bloody 10 more. So it's not ideal. I need bigger cards, right? HDF, yeah. Did I mispronounce it? Yeah. So this beastie here. So it will say, are you using large drives in your Amigas? Now I need the CD-ROM to get bloody 3.9 installed. So I've got a CD-ROM here, just a single disc CD-ROM. Yeah, pretty handy for that. So do you have any problems with these large drives? Are you're talking about compact flash, are you? And if so, have you had any problems with the compact flash, the large ones being too big? I mean, is there something you have to do to overcome any sort of limitations as far as yeah, 80 gig IDE. Yeah, but if you're dealing with like the A1200 and the 600s and things with the 2.5 inch IDE, I mean, is there a limit? Zip drive. I mean, if I found a 2.5 inch IDE drive from an old laptop or something, would that be feasible, do you think, for these Amiga 1200s and 600s? So what are you, in the 2000 with the IDE drive, are you running a Buddha IDE adapter? Oh, did I leave bloody OS 3.9 in that other drive? I did, didn't I? I just have to deal with that. Okay. Oh, is it going to go right through that whole disk? I just wanted to calculate the checksum. I thought it was going to be quick. It has to go right through. Yeah. So there's nothing you need to do, like the A1200 natively will not have any problem with this 32 gig drive. Zeb's image, that will be what, OS Workbench 3.1, won't it? From memory. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Why did I choose to calculate the checksum? It gave me time to find the, or extract the bloody OS 3.9 CD from the multi-changer. There you go, you can see the bar big. Ah, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Is that a modern reproduction, the N2630? I'm not really up with all the modern whiz-bang hardware. Okay. They're compared and matched. It's a handy little handy utility, isn't it? Okay, next question. So let me just get rid of that behind down there. Yeah, you come up here. Okay, if I load a config, this is the one that I'm using at the moment. And we add a drive and we add the RDB, let's add that and start. That should be why did that not start? Start. Just working this stuff in behind here. That's all good. Okay, so that's a clean boot, right? Should be happy. Let's kill that. And go back here. Turn the screen on this time. 50 megahertz 030, yeah, FPU, fast IDE, 8 meg, Zorro 2. Oh yeah, nice. 128 meg, Zorro 3. Yeah, nice, nice. Okay, so CD-ROM drive's connected. All I really want to do here is get OS 3.9 on here, right? And then see whether we've got a happy bloody MMU. That's the wrong version of sysinfo, isn't it? Yeah, that's the old one. That's got to come off. Delete. Okay. IDE fix. Did I? Oh, I'm back to sort of square one with. Where's my IDE fix? Oh, okay. Yep. That's interesting. ODE fix. Oh, am I back to the point where I don't have bloody LHA on here as well? Oh, g'day, the MP83. Yeah, happy Amiga August to you too. In a nutshell, what I'm doing here is I'm, for the second time, is I'm upgrading this OS 3.1 to OS 3.9 because I want to just see whether it handles the MMU for a CPU that does have MMU but is not being picked up automatically by installing the MMU. So I'm copying the MMU.library across, and I'm copying the 68030 library across, and it's just not detecting the MMU. I did a bit of reading. Apparently OS 3.9 helps. Whether it does or not, I don't know. Problem is I installed the CD-ROM drivers to get OS 3.9 installed. I'm doing this the old way, right? This is like real hardware. And then, so I got OS 3.9 installed, and then I installed the compact flash into, well, it's not all old school. I've got a compact flash card. I installed the compact flash into another computer that doesn't have an IDE, it doesn't have the SCSI, because it's got the accelerator in it that I want to get the MMU running in. And booting the machine, it was looking for the CD-ROM and failing to boot. So I'm just sort of starting from scratch to a point, and trying to get it sorted. I might end up in the same boat. I'm just wondering. I'm kind of just winging it, really. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have bloody LHA on here either. Oh, sorry, can't do that. Oh yeah, LHA is on here. Okay, so I must have... what's not on here is the installer, probably. So now I'm just going to install the IDE Fix software, which I don't think I've got in here, do I? Transfer. Did I put it in? No, I didn't. Yeah, I need to sort that out. Oh crap, where's it going to put this? Stop that. I thought Directory Opus gave you the option to say where do you want to extract this file to. Sometimes not sure where it put that. It put it into here, that's good, that's where I wanted it to go. Not quite sure how it decided that. Okay. Source, and we'll put it in the work. Just put it in the transfer. Just copy that across. That'll be the destination. That's the source. Okay, let's go. Oh crap. Rightio. Sorry, I'm going to deactivate that there because this is actually commercial software. I wouldn't want to upset Cliento, right? God forbid. Yeah, if I can get this working, the ultimate goal, and whether I've got the stamina to actually achieve it tonight or not, is to get my little Amiga 600 with its lovely little 030 accelerator running, and run OS 3.9 on the Amiga 600 and maybe WHD load. It's got, so the 030 is a 50 megahertz, I think, for the Amiga 600. And then, so yeah, I want to get the OS 3.9 running on it and WHD load, play some games on the lovely little 600. But in the meantime, because my Amiga 1200s, of this one here has got a SCSI port running through the Blizzard, I can use the CD-ROM to install the OS 3.9. Get it onto the compact flash, and then yes, it means I'm using the Amiga Forever key. So you probably have one already, right? Sorry about the potato bloody capture, guys. I don't have any capture that will pick up the 15 kilohertz. I can capture my Amiga 2000s because they've got, I've got a Picasso, I've got flicker fixes in them, right? What do they call them? Ambers. And that captures fine, but these ones I haven't quite, I've actually just ordered an OSSC, so that'll help. Yep, that's the one. One disc fits in this. Proceed. Yes. CD4, that's fine. Yes. CDF, yeah, why not? Yeah. No, not in the meantime. Not much point. Proceed. Have we got a disc? Yes, we do. Okay. Oh, now I need to boot off the recovery disk, don't I? Recovery disk. Where did I put it? 3.9 emergency boot disk is what they call it, isn't it? I know there's these things called hang on a sec. Where is that bloody disk? Oh, here we go, emergency disk. I need to boot off this. Restart. Restart. Yeah, I'm aware of Gotex, but I'm just going old school hardware, apart from the compact flash. The Amiga Forever one. Not convinced that this is booting off the floppy drive. Oh yeah, it did this before. The floppy drive, because I've got the case off this machine, the floppy drive can be, the case, because the screws aren't all in, the case can just hold the floppy disk up slightly, and it almost acts like there's no disk in the drive, partially. So for those who have just joined, and you know, I was explaining about why I was putting 3.9 on. Putting the CD-ROM drive, actually what I could do is uninstall the CD-ROM drivers before I restart the computer for the last time, because what happened was basically taking the hard drive out of this computer and putting it into one that doesn't have a SCSI enabled. It's not SCSI enabled. Of course, I can't plug in the SCSI CD-ROM. It complained, and I couldn't get the machine to start properly without the CD-ROM there. I tried all sorts of different things. I, restored the user startup sequence, etc. But it didn't like it. So I'm having another go. And it's, yeah.
Elite has been called the game of a lifetime. Available now on the ZX Spectrum. It's shot to #1 in all the charts. It's a game of skill, logic, commercial acumen, and of course, alien zapping excitement. Never seen Elite before, or never played it, buy it now and treat yourself to the game of a lifetime.
Okay, son. Remember to roll and land, alright, buddy? Yeah. That's the boy. Dinner ready, honey?
Now, with over 200 games, there's only time for the important things in life.
Microsoft, ready to play. From the co-designer of the hit title Civilization comes Age of Empires. From the Stone Age to the Iron Age, experience 10,000 years of amazing discoveries as you build your tribe into a great civilization. Will you explore new lands, amass great riches, or conquer all in your path? You choose your favorite form of world domination. Age of Empires.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
The world's #1 selling home computer is now in a family pack, the Commodore 64, plus data cassette and joystick, 4 software programs including Introduction to Basic, a teach-yourself program for the whole family. The Commodore 64 Family Pack, a value of $700 for just $499.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Aren't you astronauts?
Yes, ma'am. We like to compare notes with Stevie on the new space station.
Hi, we're the Pointer Sisters. We need Stevie's help with our new album.
The Amiga computer. What can it do? Well, what do you want it to do?
I need some more help.
Mr. O'Neill, upstairs first door on the left.
Amiga from Commodore, the computer for the creative mind.
I just realised my bloody wireless microphone battery ran out, so you might not have even be able to hear me before. I don't know how long it's been off for, sorry. I've got it plugged into a charger at the moment, so I don't have it clipped to me, so you'll probably get a little bit of background noise because it's sitting right next to the CD-ROM drive. If I can find a charge cable, which I think I've got one here somewhere, I can charge it with my battery bank. That's the, you know, the wireless microphones are bloody handy, but that is a downfall with them. Oh, here we go. I can actually. Might lose the audio here for a second. Hang on. Righto. I've got my battery bank charging the wireless mic. It makes me wonder how long you couldn't hear anything. You could just hear background music. Oh well. I might have been rambling to myself before. Yeah, that's one thing with a 5-hour plus stream is you have to worry about your batteries. The receiver that's sitting on top of the camera, which is recording the screen here, that was plugged in, charging permanently, you know, so it just stays charged. Okay, so what do we got here? Would you like to install? No, go on without. Thank you. Please send off your registration today. OS 3.9. I mean, it's not a Commodore product, right? What year is this? 9. Must be, is it late 90s or anyway. Please insert your boot disk into the drive you booted from and click proceed. Just click proceed. Remove all disks from floppy drive. Proceed. Okay. Oh yeah, Amiga Technologies. Why is this computer not booting? That's the next question. Oh, okay, Amiga Technologies after ESCOM. Right, yeah. Oh man, why is this not booting? I installed this before, it worked fine. Let's try a cold boot. One little flash of the hard disk. Oh, there we go. Hopefully. Sounds promising. Power light flashed. What? Is it stuck in a boot loop? Oh yeah, there we go. We're back up. Hey, Mavunky. Yeah. No, same room, just on the other side of the room. Yep. It is the furniture. It's bloody handy. I have to move it all before I start working tomorrow because it's on my workbench. The things we do to accommodate Amigas. Okay. So we're good here, right? We've got OS 3.9 on here. And I know for a fact that if I don't think I have. So tools. I don't think I've got sysinfo here, do I? Yeah, sorry about that potato vision capture. Yeah, it's just, it's like purpose built for it, eh? I'll move the camera so that people that are watching can see what we're talking about here. I'm not 100% sure. Is this the right way around? It's going to be upside down. See this this wooden cabinet here? It is purpose built for the Amiga. Pretty much, I would say an Amiga 1200, because everything fits. It's not. I mean, what I really want to do is I want to get my second or third drive, right, installed in here. So I've got DF1, you can see the label there, right? Look at that, DF1. I'd like to put a DF2 in here. And this CD-ROM drive, actually, this one here, that fits perfectly into this hole up here. So, you know, that's pretty cool. And, you know, there's a little cubby here for discs and bits and pieces. Yeah, it's just so cool. Handmade, custom built. Plenty of room for your 1084S on the end there. Can't go wrong, right? Bloody awesome. So retro. That's what we like around here. Right. sysinfo, not the latest version. This could be a complete waste of time because I could end up screwing this OS over as well, but let's do it. Monitor ergonomics. Yeah, what are you talking about? Oh, there we go. Let's just get this on here so you can see. And I will try and explain the issue here. It's not an issue with this computer. This computer's fine. The only reason I'm using this computer is because it's got the SCSI. So I can install OS 3.9 via the CD-ROM drive. Do I not have the floppy disk plugged in? Oh, I don't have. Oh, I'll use this one. No. So this has got a Blizzard for 68030 Accelerator. You'll see that in a second. With SCSI. Now the reason I'm doing this, Mavanki, is because and I've got another 1200. I've got 4 of them actually. But the other 1200 that also has an accelerator has a different CPU. And that CPU, although it's got MMU, so memory management unit built in, as does this one, it doesn't pick up like this one does. This, to get the MMU working in this computer, it's literally a matter of copying 2 files, mmu.library and maybe the 68030.lib or whatever it is into the libraries drawer, reboot, whatever, walk away, happy. And you get this when you run sysinfo. It's going to call, it's just proven me a liar. Because maybe I do need to run the MMU. That's interesting. So the thing is that this is the issue that I've got on the other machine too. It's not in use, MMU not in use. And now with this fresh install, I've also got that situation here. But I'm wondering if I actually do the copy of the MMU tools. Just have to make sure I've got them. Yeah, the thing is it's been working on this computer with a different drive. I've got a fresh install on here, so normally you just copy through the MMU library files that's in here, right? Normally you just copy them to the appropriate location where you go. But yeah, I'm wondering, do I possibly need different MMU library? I don't know. So I've take that one and take that one, and we copy it to the libs, so it's system libs there, Right. Make that a destination, make this a source, and we copy. And if this doesn't work, well then there's something about this MMU lib that I'm using here. And maybe all I need to do is fire up that other install and grab the MMU libs off there. We'll see how we go. But I suspect one thing is you need a reboot, but let's prove the point here. Not in use. Maybe a reboot. Not in use. Well, that's interesting. That is very interesting. So that almost leads me to believe that it's this MMU libs that I'm dealing with here, the actual files. There's something. Yep, absolutely. Classic tunes. Oh, Kasi. So basically that's top 100. Amiga top 100. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this is one. I'm losing track of all these different compact flashes. But let's just see what we get here. And if this works, actually, it leads me to believe that maybe I should just... Oh, it's not in use either. Oh man, where's the... I'm really interested in... I'll probably go back through my footage actually later and figure out what card I was using that when I ran sysinfo I had a working MMU. Now I'm really bloody confused. I don't think it's this one. I'm not even sure. This was sitting on my bench. Let's see what's on here. Oh, this is it's a clean disc. From Amiga kit. Well, starting to scratch my head a little bit here as to why where, just trying to think, where is, oh, what's this drive here? Let's try this one. There's another option. Is that going to boot? Oh yeah, it's going to do something. Oh yeah, is this one that I've got this issue? Oh, let's see. Workbench. Tools. Where did I put it? Might not even be in that folder. It could be. Yeah, sysinfo. Look, in use. Yeah, I will. That's a good option. Yeah, I'm just sort of working with what I've got at the moment. So that's working, right? MMU, here we go. There's actually some information there, version 46.17. Version 46.17. Is it just a version issue? I mean, have I been battling a version issue this whole time? Version 46.17. Let's confirm that, and that's that one. Let's put this one in and see what version we've got, and then maybe it's just a matter of copying the MMU libs across to, you know, from that other disk to this one. Yeah, I do have PCMCIA card reader for these as well, but this is hooked directly into the IDE port, right? So it boots. And welcome, first time chatter, Inbound Dreams. Yeah, so I'm not sure, do those SD drives with the cable, you know, that goes into the blank port at the back there that you're talking about, can you boot from them? That's the other question. Right, what have we got here, boys? Well, that would indicate that it's not loading an MMU at all, wouldn't it? Look at this, libraries. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I've had a couple of raids today. But look at this, there's no MMU. Why is that? No MMU. if I go to libs, here, yep, oh that's cool. Libs and so mmu.library. So what's different between this and that other install where it's working? That's the question. MMU library. Let's have a look at the information on that one. It says version question mark. I'm just going to take a quick photo of that because I'm sort of trying to track down what the difference is between these two installs. And if these look different, I'm going to copy the bloody things, that library, the MMU library, to a friggin' floppy drive, and I'm just going to dump it into here, onto this other card. And then, if that works, then I'll do the same thing with my Amiga 600, with its little 030 processor. Yeah. If it's just a dud bloody MMU library, I'll be annoyed. MMU library, it looks different, doesn't it? Look at that. Oh, is that just a different, because of a different OS or something? Oh, I'm just going to take a quick photo of that as well. You know what, I'm tempted just to bloody copy this across. But is there something else going on? That's the other question. I mean, these files could be the same, right? Let's find a blank floppy disk here. Is there an 030 library? That's the other thing. Can't see one, eh? There's the 040 library. Maybe it's not necessary. So that's potentially not required. I mean, these files are easily recoverable, but let's delete that one. Yep, gone. Delete that one. Yeah, and just bring that one in. So that's the other one. That's one from the other drive. And it's got this weird, you know, question mark. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't work, but we better go through the motions just in case. So if this doesn't work, then that kind of points to not the actual MMU library files. It actually points to something else in the operating system. Yeah, not in use. MMU not in use. And I can't see MMU in here. So why is the MMU file, the library file, not being picked up? That's the question. Is there something else missing? Is there... I mean, the other thing I could try is just... I was thinking if there's something in the system start, you know, the system, what is it, startup sequence or the user startup, that is kicking the MMU into live. I don't know. I could check that. And I mean, there's a possibility it's another file somewhere else, right? It's just, I'm just clutching at straws, really. So let's, oops, no, don't do that. Startup sequence, copy that across. User startup. Okay. Who knows? Is there something in those files there? That's the question. So let's call that, I'll just rename this. Backup. Let's call it no MMU. And then I'll make another drawer in here just called backup MMU. Right. Actually, you know what's going through my mind now. Maybe I'll just put this disc here into my bloody A600 and be done with it in the meantime, because that's all I really want to do, is just watch my A600, do a benchmark with the A600 030 processor with a working MMU. So that's another possibility. No, that's not what I'm after. Yes. Yes, user startup, these two here. Right. And just to double check, sanity check, it's not there, it's not a bloody different version of friggin' sysinfo or something, is it? 4.4 sysinfo. MMU, look at that right there. 4.4 sysinfo. Let's just check that as well. 4.4 sysinfo. Could be a different bloody version. Oh no, sysinfo 4.4. I can see it on the floppy disk. It's what it's labelled as. It's a lot of dicking around just to try and get a bloody MMU working, isn't it? Christ. I'm really determined to get to the bottom of it, though. It's just one of those things. It'd be nice to know. .4, wasn't it? Yeah, 4.4. No MMU. I mean, it is a different OS version, right? But it shouldn't make that much difference. Let's copy those files from the floppy. System, yes. Probably should rename these. Startup sequence. I should rename them. Old, right? Just so I can roll back. those to that one. Copy and reboot. Fingers crossed. I would be surprised if this works, to be honest, but I'm going to try. Oh, am I booting a floppy? Oh no. Oh geez, yeah, that might have broken the broken it. I can roll back, it's easy enough. Oh no, might be okay. Oh, oh, hang on, what's this saying behind here? Look at this. Oh, unknown commands. Ah, I wonder. So this is the new startup sequence is referring to this emu fast ROM and emu lock lib. Could that be all I need to do is actually just edit these files? Just get a quick photo of that so I've got it as a reference. And so what I'm thinking is these two calls here as such, they're happening in the one that's working. So those two lines will be in, they will be in, actually if I look on the floppy is probably the easiest way. Back up, why is that not, what? Oh, this might be all screwed up. Might be just a bit screwed up here. Drive. Bin those. Oh, no, not those. If I can edit those, can I? So this is the good one, and I would expect to see those lines in there referring to MMU, was it MMU tools or something like that? And if it's not in here, it'll be in user startup, so it could well be in user startup. I didn't see it there. Here it is there. Begin emu fast ROM, and there is the other one, emu lock lib. That's right, isn't it? Just check my photo there.
It's brutal and inexcusable.
Yeah, lock lib and fast ROM. I wonder if I add those lines to the old startup, right? That's user startup. So if I just go here and I go delete these two, because they're the bad ones. Delete those. That's from the working, these are from the, yeah, that's from the working drive as such. And I just need to add those to these, which are the good ones. If I rename those back again, rename that, and rename that. Come back in here, run that again. And this is, let's have a look. Okay. Just in here somewhere, I think, is all I need to do is add those lines. And I'm wondering if that'll sort it. So it's this colon. I need to make sure this, the emu tools folder is actually there. Emu fast ROM. I probably needed to take note of the bloody full line, and I just deleted them, didn't I? Oh, I've still got them on the floppy though, haven't I?
It's brutal and inexcusable.
So I just need to put that greater than nil colon, which basically just outputs to nothing. This mu tools, mu for okay. So I just need these greater than nil colon. And then do we have a sys emu tools? That's the next question, actually. I can tell if I go sys emu tools. No. Do I have to do a CD? Nope. So no emu tools on here. But I have on floppy, I'm sure I've got emu tools. Emu libs, here we go, emu libs. Back in 2 seconds, guys.
That gives you a creative edge.
Elite has been called the game of a lifetime. Available now on the ZX Spectrum. It's shot to #1 in all the charts. It's a game of skill, logic, commercial acumen, and of course, alien zapping excitement.
Rightio. Back. Okie dokie. Alright. So that's now in RAM disk, and if I just copy that into the system, right? And then reboot. Should just work. Fingers crossed. It's got the files in the right place. Got the startup files edited. Fingers crossed. Ah, bloody floppy drive. Floppy disk still in there. Hopefully it won't matter. Yeah, it does this. Yeah, there we go. Just reboot there. Not in use. Oh my god, what the hell is it? Oh, jeez. I'm going to try something that potentially screwed my system last time. because out of desperation, right? Hang on a sec. I'll wait on. Weren't those references in the user startup pointing to EMU tools system? I reckon, hang on a second, EMU lib, I think I need to copy the EMU tools out of the EMU lib folder into the sys folder. System, EMU lib, that folder there needs to come out into the system. Or sys. Which I think is the same thing, but just to be 100% sure, that's our destination. Copy. And then reboot. And this time, I was going to say last ditch attempt, but it won't be. Maybe for tonight, I don't know, but let's see. I'll get to the bottom of it at some stage if this doesn't work. Oh, come on, get out of there. Working! It's working! How long have I been fucking around with this? Oh, so now I know. 2 lines in the user startup, put the EMU tools, what's that doing? Not bloody crashing, is it? Am I speaking too soon? I might be speaking too soon, am I? What are you doing? Oh, it's this fucking shit here. Turn off. Because I accidentally clicked the... Oh God, isn't that horrible? Oh, go away. How many did I open? Power off. Oh. Right. Oh my God, it's working. Right. 8440. Did it make any difference to the bloody benchmark? That's the next question. I don't think it did. No. 8442. Right. Okay. But anyway, it's nice to know that the MMU is actually working. Well, next question is plug this into this hard drive, plug it into my other Amiga that's got the different, it's got the FE series of CPU. Is that going to work? And then if that works, I'm plugging it into the bloody Amiga 600, and then I'm probably going to be really happy. Even more happy. This is what I like about sort of, well, I was going to say computing. First of all, I was going to say retro computing, and then I was going to say computing in general. But I think actually this sort of thing is just the sort of satisfaction you get out of any hobby where you've got a bit of a challenge and you're trying to work something out, and eventually you make progress, and that's the little dopamine hit that you get. Righto, so this could potentially go bad because it's going to look for the CD-ROM, right? And I don't have a CD-ROM in this machine. Well, I don't have a SCSI adapter to plug a CD-ROM into. So the OS is going to complain that it can't find the CD-ROM drive, blah, blah, blah. But hopefully it allows me to get to the point where I can open sysinfo and see whether the MMU is working in this FE version of the 030 chip. I'm not using Workbench 3.2 because I like the old OS. Oh geez, what's it doing? I just like mucking around with the original, well, in quotes, original. OS 3.9 is not original, is it? It's not a Commodore product, but you know, it's just something to. It's a bit different. Mouse isn't working. Why is the mouse not working? Did I plug it into the wrong? What's going on there? Yeah, I just kind of like mucking around with the old ones. .2 original, was it? Oh, okay. I thought 3.1. I thought it went 3.1, 3.5, then 3.9. And then like isn't 3.2 like a modern, I don't know. I could be talking crap. Why is my mouse not working? Something's not right here. It's detecting the mouse. Oh, there we go. Oh, and then it's locking. Yeah, but I'm not using modern hardware, so at this stage I don't need to use modern hardware at this stage. But yeah, if I get into the modern hardware, definitely 3.2 will be definitely worth a look at. Yeah, see, this thing's just locking up. But I think I know what I need to do now to actually get where I want to with this. Yeah. It's a pity that it's locking up there, because that means, oh, hang on a second, is it? Tempted to go back to my 3.1 install actually, because I don't think I was really just putting 3.9 on because I read that there were some advantages with getting the MMU running with 3.9. Yeah. Yeah. No, at this stage I'm quite happy with my Actually, I would really like to put this little tidbit 60 back in, but yeah, I've got quite a few of these little original 2.5s. I kind of like to do the original old school thing. It's just because of nostalgia, really. That's all it is. Yeah. But now that I know what I have to do, I think that yes. So 3.9. Yeah, it doesn't support the big drives. No, but I don't really have any need at this stage for the big drives, to be honest. I'm just running, these are 4 gig. Yeah, these are 4 gig compact flashes. They're probably the biggest ones that I deal with at this stage. I think I'm going to rebuild. I've got a sneaky suspicion, actually, I could use, instead of rebuilding that, that's only failing, I think, because of the CD-ROM drivers, and there's no CD-ROM hooked up to this machine, so let's put that there. Yeah, but I don't want all the Amiga games. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's pretty handy to have, just grab everything. That would be nice, actually. But yeah, I just tend to just pull out a subset of games that I like personally, and there's just like a handful from what I used to play back in the day. So yeah, the 4 gig drives are plenty big enough for me. Now, so this is nice. Okay, this is fairly clean. Do I have MMU, and then do I tell you what I should do is just copy the MMU libs, right, from the floppy. Oh, well, yeah. Here's Alice. Oh, good to switch the scene. Here's Alice. Is she there? No, you have to go over there. She can walk over, yeah, sort of. We'll just switch the camera. Webcam, here we go. Alice, what are you doing? Say hello to everyone. No. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. So if I just extract the MMU libs here, right, and put that folder into the right place, we should be happy, and add the lines to the user startup. Do I have... Oh geez, I'm going to have to go old school and bloody extract this manually. Oh jeepers. Alright, that's no worries, as long as I've got LHA on here, right? DF0, just so I know. Yep, so LHAX. To RAM. Here. Nice one. Yeah, she's we've had Alice for 5 or 6 months, and we got her when she was very small. She's ex-colony cat, so she was trapped from a colony when she was very young, and there's an outfit in a city nearby that takes in colony cats and sort of gets them up and started, and then they have like a Facebook group where people can acquire these. I don't think they charged much for them. You can go in and basically buy a cat off them, adopt them, that's the one, yeah. And then so we just got her flea'd and wormed and all that, and then she came on heat actually very young. It was only like a couple of weeks ago, and so she had an emergency rush to the vet to get fixed because there's a lot of unneutered males hanging around, and we didn't want her getting pregnant too young. And yeah, she's a lovely little cat. Yeah. Right, I'm going to go manual on this, right? So we've got MMU here in the RAM disk. And if I just whack that straight into, well, it's sys really, isn't it? Is there, I mean, it's not really a sys as such, is it? It's really just a reference to the DH0, I guess. So if I go workbench, list that, and it should be the same if I go sys. There is no sys. Is that because it's a different version? Workbench, that's 3.1, right? So I guess utils, if I just whack it straight into workbench, yeah, we didn't want her getting pregnant, but not very fair. Now where is mutals? If I just whack mutal, why can't I put mutals down there? I could do this through the command line, eh? Mutals. Why can't I just... It won't let me? Why? That's just a... Why won't it let me copy that? Is that copying to itself? Is that why? Let's just whack that out into RAM. And then bring mutals back. Object exists. Mutals. Got mutals. Oh yeah. Okay. And then I just need to edit the user startup. then I need to... There's a whole lot of stuff in here I've sysed out. I've remmed out. Oh look, here we go, look. Sys. So I don't think sys actually exists. I think that's got to be like workbench. Oops. What am I doing? Whoops. Start again. Just balls that up. File has been changed. Exit. No, I don't want to exit. I want to quit. Will it let me queue? Edits will be lost. Yes. Okay, fine. I'll just cop that up. I reckon that's just got to be workbench. Not 100% sure about that. And then this one here, again, workbench. Yeah. Yep. That's not the cleanest one I've got though. I've got 4 of these, so I've got another one down here that's looking a little bit better. Oh jeez, I just accidentally hit the bloody enter key. Yeah. I don't retro bright. I just don't. I don't know. Don't bother. I'm happy with them as they are. That's kind of like shows their, you know, it shows that they've been used. And no, that's just yellowing from sunlight. Right, let's see. Actually, do I have do I have bloody sysinfo in here? That's the other question. Sysinfo. Is it in here? Yes, it is. So at the moment, yeah, we've got not in use, right? So I'm hoping after a reboot, this will just sort itself out. Yeah, that yellowing is, that's the bromide in the plastic. It's not happy, is it? Let's try a cold boot. Yeah, the bromide yellows in the plastic. It's just UV sunlight, I think, triggers it. Right, you gonna boot? Or are you just gonna sit there and sulk? Oh, hard drive's flashing. Power light, sorry. It's not happy. Yeah, and then it just sits there. Yeah, okay. Well, I think that I can probably get there with it. Yeah. She's gonna sulk, all right. Let's try again. You never know. I think what I'll do is I'll try another fresh install. But I've done that twice already today and I don't feel like doing it on camera again. And once I get that done, I'll know exactly the process and I'll come back at some stage. What's the time? Yeah, it's nearly 7 o'clock in the evening here. And I've been streaming for, it's probably the longest stream ever for me, 6.5 hours. I've been doing this for 6.5 hours. So I'm starting to get a bit frazzled. Actually, to be honest, I probably will carry on off camera, but I need to go and have something to eat, go and have some dinner. So I'll go and do that, and if I make progress with it and it works out, I might connect up for another stream later this evening. We'll see how we go. If not, you can catch me during the week. I'll be around. So yeah, I'm probably streaming, I don't know, maybe 4 times a week during AMIGAugust, and this is the sort of thing that I do. But I will get to the point where I'll have the 600, one of the 600s sorted out and ready to go with the 030 processor, and that will be my happy place, and I'll probably sit down and play some games on the 600, which is a lovely little machine. So I think I'll leave it at that. Let's have a wee look at just to see whether anyone's streaming at the moment. We'll do a little raid, eh? Who's around? Anyone? Amiga Live. Amiga Live's on. Not an Aussie. Oh, is Amiga Live an Aussie? Is that what you mean? If you're referring to me, I'm not an Aussie. I'm a Kiwi. Close. But yeah. Yeah, thanks guys for calling in, keeping me company. This is the sort of thing that I would be sitting back doing during the day anyway. Kiwi, New Zealander. New Zealand. So, east of Australia. A little island just off, you know, a little way from Australia, yeah. So, yeah, thanks for your company. As I say, this is the sort of thing that I would be doing on a Sunday afternoon. Yes, we're pretty close to Australians. We're not quite Australian, not really. More Kiwi than Australian. Yeah, I'm not very good at the Australian accent. Digger. Buddy. Bonzo beauty. Oh, Wales. Nice. Wales looks really nice. We watch a bit of TV, right, from time to time. Welsh-made programs and things like that. Yeah. I love the Welsh accent, and yeah, pretty neat people from what I can see. Beautiful countryside and all that. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's raid Amiga Live, eh? And if you want to call in later in the week, chuck us a follow. You'll see when I'm on. If that's what you're into. Thanks a lot. Catch you later on. Yeah, I pretty much stream when I feel like doing it. Anyway, yep, thanks a lot. Catch yous later on.